Okay. You ready?
Ready.
Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, February 11th, 2025, and I've called to order the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Leading with us in vocation this morning will be Pastor Greg Klatt of the Camino Church. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. What a beautiful morning. It's brisk and brightens your eyes this morning, you know, but anyway, it's good to be here. So as we convene this meeting today, Lord, we do so with the continued gratitude in our hearts. First of all, for the blessing and gift of being able to live and work and serve in this area. You've blessed us with being surrounded by beauty and tranquility that sometimes can be deceiving because there's always challenges to be met along the way. And because of this, we're grateful we have access to your wisdom and insight and strength that stands ready to enable us to accomplish the task for which you've brought us here. So we thank you, Lord, for the gift of life and health and strength. May you be honored by what we do in this place today. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Supervisor Ferrell, will you lead us?
Please all rise. Join the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, El Dorado County, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors, and thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. We will now move to the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. At this time, does any of the board or any comments or changes? I'll reach out to Dave, County Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to request that closed session item number 22 be continued off calendar.
Okay. Greg, any changes?
No thanks.
Any
No
changes?
changes.
No changes.
No changes.
No changes for me too, so. All right. At this time, I would like to hear public comment on consent calendar. As a reminder, open forum is at 1 p.m. Is it time to comment on any other item is not on our agenda today or on the agenda today? Okay.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Lee Tannenbaum, and I'm the president of the El Dorado County Taxpayers Association. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the taxpayers who fund this county and to advocate for greater transparency and accountability in the use of the transient occupancy tax and discretionary transient occupancy tax. This week, our association,
Just a minute.
it's on the consent calendar, I believe. Yes?
No.
No,
What's next?
no, that item is agenda. And that'll be at
Agendized.
9 a.m.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Okay, no, that's all right. Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good morning, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. This is in regards to consent item 11 and the funding that's being done for the EDOC organization. And I kind of wanted to check, there was supposed to be recurring updates on the things that they do and kind of the justification for the spending, the success of it. And I'm actually kind of curious when the last time was that they came before the board, because I don't remember a recent presentation. So before continuing funding, it would be great to know what we continue to pay for. Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
All All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for any additions or any,
I'm sorry, Supervisor Turnbull, can I just interrupt for 1 second? I just wanted to make an acknowledgement from last Wednesday, item number 1, the presentations, the DA's presentation. There were some technical difficulties on our end. If somebody wanted to watch it, they can access it through the Register item itself, or they can contact the clerk's office and we can share the presentation with them. So I just wanted to be clear that it wasn't the DA's issue, it was the technology in the room.
all right. Thank you for that update. So I'll bring it back to the board for any discussions or any other items you want to comment on.
No, I'll move to approve the agenda with the changes.
Okay. Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
None opposed.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so we can move to our 9 o'clock item. CAO, DTOT direction.
Item number 19 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board, 1, direct staff to work with the Budget Ad Hoc Committee to research additional discretionary revenue generating options and return to the board with a recommendation. 2, provide direction to staff on suggested changes to board budget policy B16. And 3, receive a presentation and provide direction to staff on how to develop the discretionary transient occupancy tax budget.
Good morning, Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office. This is just one of a few meetings that we'll be having with you regarding our 25-26 budget. We'll go ahead. The board directed us, so we're here to talk about just a couple of things really. So the board directed us to, in the Budget Ad Hoc Committee, suggested that we pursue additional revenue generating options. And so that is one discussion that we'd like to have with you today. And up on the screen are some ideas of, obviously in county government, we're pretty limited on how we can generate revenues, and most of our options require voter approval. So just a few of those are listed. So we'll have that discussion today and hopefully provide some direction. In addition, we'd like to get your initial direction on any changes or adjustments you might like to make to our board budget policies. As we do annually, we will bring those back, if directed, in April when we have our last big special meeting with you before we come for the budget hearing. So here's just a listing of our budget policies. And again, the purpose of policy B16 is to provide a framework for decision-making for the board, and to guide the Chief Administrative Office and the departments as we're pulling your recommended budget together. Of these, our office doesn't plan to bring any recommended changes, except that we may do an analysis of the disaster designation and look and see if that amount still makes sense. That goal is to maintain $5 million in that disaster designation. We plan to look at historical uses of that and make sure that that's the right number. Other than that, we're not planning on bringing back any policy adjustments. And I think with that, we are ready to move on to the presentation on the discretionary transient occupancy tax. And just once again, for the public, anyone who's listening, this does not include the Measure S tax, the additional 4% in the Tahoe Basin. We're just talking about the 10% that is discretionary. And we'll move on to Emma.
Okay, Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. So I might abbreviate it DTOT because it's hard to say discretionary that many times in one day. So that's the abbreviation I might use throughout this presentation. So again, this is a 10% tax on hotels, motels, and vacation home rentals. One of those board policies is our DTOT policy, and it says that the DTOT revenue will be directed towards the impacts of tourism and economic development with consideration for support of tourism and promotion activities within the county and for the continued support for grant fund allocations to support the veterans programs. So that part of the policy has been established for a couple of years now. Last year, we did add the county will prioritize impacts to county services and facilities. So basically saying that we'll prioritize this revenue for county operations over some of those other operations, which you can see in the budget last year. So moving on, this revenue has taken a lot of our time watching recently because during the pandemic, we saw some significant increases. As you can see in 2019-20 and fiscal year 2020-21, we had significant increases. But after that increase during the pandemic, we also have now seen a decrease over the past few years. And in fact, there's been a 28% decrease from 2021 to what we're projecting in the 25-26 budget, which is only 7 million. And so basically, we're going to have a lot less money this year to allocate, which is why we're seeking direction now from the board, because this revenue has been lowering so much. As you can tell, we're projecting not even meeting budget this year with DTOT. We had built into the budget 7.7 million, but right now we're only projecting 7.2 million in revenue this year. As a reminder, the slope breakdown on where this revenue is generated in 22-23 was 2/3 Tahoe, 1/3 the West Slope. The treasurer tax collector helped me look at an updated number for 23-24, and that was had changed a little bit. 72% was generated in the basin versus 28% on the West Slope. So it's around 2/3, 1/3 still, but a little higher in the basin now. So what is the current year's budget? How did we kind of divvy that up around the categories? So we had 9 million in revenue. That's new DTOT revenue. And also we had some savings from prior years that we were able to reallocate to new projects. That's excluding quite a few carryover projects. So we didn't factor that into this conversation because those carryover projects have been designated in prior years and weren't really about allocating new projects. We also excluded the Meeks Bay annexation. We pulled 992,000 from our special projects designation for that specific purpose, and it was really a specific use. So I excluded those things from this analysis. So of that 9 million, 7.4 million went for county operations. And I'm going to go into a lot of detail on what those are in just a second. It's about 81%. Outside impacts of tourism, which is really just the fire districts and their tourism calls, that was 800,000. And then outside promotion of tourism, which is the chambers and the other promotion activities, was 868,000. So both of those are about 9%. So let's go into detail on each of those categories. So here you can see the breakdown of by department. So each color is a different department and it corresponds to the table. Planning and building got 34%. The EMS system in Tahoe had 750,000. The treasurer tax collector, the cost to administer this program, 6%. Transportation 37%. The sheriff's department 9%. South Tahoe JPA just 30,000. The transportation JPA, I couldn't fit it all in one word there. And then the veterans programs got 4% in the current year budget. And again, this excludes carryover projects. If we move to those outside impacts of tourism, you can see that we had all of the fire districts submitted requests last year using the same kind of methodology on how to calculate the cost of the impacts of tourism calls. And I just want to note that last year we didn't quite have enough to cover all the requests. And so this is about 70% of what they asked for last year is what they were awarded. And then we have the outside agencies, economic development or promotion of tourism. And here we can have, you can see the chamber, the Visitors Authority, Film Commission, Welcome Center, chambers, wagon train allocations that the board approved last year. So this is the same slide that you saw before, and this pie chart is going to be important in a second, the sort of ratios here where we have 80% county operations, 9% outside promotion, 9.5% outside promotion, and 9.1 outside agencies impacts. So as you saw in the revenue slide, we're projecting 7 million in new revenue last year. We're not going to have a lot of carryover because we're not even going to meet what we budgeted this year. So really, we're only going to have 7 million in the budget next year to allocate. That's 2 million less than what we have allocated in the current year. So we're seeking direction today on how do we determine what we lower by 2 million. So we've come up with one option would be not to fund the outside agencies at all, to adhere to the board policy and prioritize county impacts. What that means is all 7 million goes to county operations And the board would still need to recommend a budget that cuts county operations by almost $500,000. So that's the first option. The second option is this table here is the same one that you saw before with the different ratios. It'd be keeping those same ratios and lowering everyone's allocation by, my brain is 23 or 24%. My mind, 24, there we go. 24% across all the three categories. So that means county operations would need to cut by 1.8 million. And then each of the outside impacts of tourism, outside promotion need to be reduced about 200,000 in order to get to that $7 million number and goal. So really we're seeking board direction on what approach to take. If the board does really want us to take option one, where should we look within county operations to find that $500,000 that we still need to reduce? If the board wants to go with option two, what do we prioritize? How do we approach the outside agencies? How do we approach county operations to get a budget to you on April 22nd for you all to discuss and approve? We don't have the request yet for the current year. It's still early in the process. Departments are finalizing their budget. We haven't asked the outside agencies for the request till we get this direction today. So right now we're basically working off of what is currently in the budget as sort of a template for how to move forward in direction. The board also could offer an alternative direction, not option one or option two and something else. So we're open to all options, and I have my lovely spreadsheet and my Word document ready to receive your direction.
Is that it? All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for discussions. Any comments at this time, or you want to wait, or?
We could break it down into a couple of pieces if you want to start with the direction on seeking any additional revenue raising measures. We could start with that.
Okay.
I have a little bit of thought on that particular topic. As transient occupancy tax, I believe, begins to kind of level out through code enforcement. We've been very aggressive about going after illegal VHRs, which, as we all know from the tax collector, even though they were an illegal VHR, ironically, they still contributed transient occupancy tax because they contracted with companies like Airbnb that collected it on their behalf and then would send a quarterly check to the county. And I really do believe that some of this slide that we're seeing on the DTOT is directly related to that. So I bring that up in that I think I would love to hear the board's thoughts on perhaps including campgrounds in the TOT ball game. They provide camping experience, but it's basically another alternative to a hotel or a vacation home rental, but they're currently excluded. I don't think it's a big chunk of change, but I do think it's an opportunity. And then the other opportunity that I see is some type of recreation tax. And I don't really know specifically what I mean when I say that, but when we think about not only El Dorado County's promotion of tourism and the outdoors and whitewater rafting, we've got a lot of boat rentals up in Tahoe. We have opportunity in the recreation arena. And that's just something I want to throw out there for the board to consider when we talk about new funding opportunities.
Anybody else? Right.
Yeah, I totally agree. If it, don't call it a tax, please. It'll never pass in El Dorado County.
No.
We can impose fees, and that would be the best way to do it by resolution. In the years past, we've talked about tourism assessment districts, or again, fees on campgrounds and so forth. My prior service as a board of supervisor, we had the Forest Service all lined up to impose that on the stuff up in the basin. So we need to go back and address those. But again, that's not going to solve what we're talking about today. That's future revenues,
Right.
and budget advisory has taken up all of those topics.
Yeah.
And we will be hopefully bringing back some information and going down that road. But I think today, obviously, we are where we're at, and we're going to have to make some tough decisions going forward. It's a little premature, but everybody needs guidance so the budget can be developed without knowing the $990 million elephant. We're talking over 7 million right now that is unfortunately very complicated, but it has to be decided on. So.
Yeah. Laura, you have anything to say or?
Yeah, on increasing revenue, I think that over the years, the board has directed staff in the past to look at some of these. And it always seems like there's some nuance that makes it kind of difficult to implement. And so, and I know that the campgrounds make sense, but I think in the past when that was being proposed, the campgrounds were, they didn't feel they had been included in the conversation and therefore were very resistant and were looking at ways to get around whatever the county did. So anytime that we look at a new funding mechanism, we want to make sure that anyone that's impacted is included in the conversation and that it's actually worth it, I guess, you know,
Right.
what we're doing and where would the money go? Because that's another thing. If we're collecting, let's say on campgrounds specifically, where's that money going? Because they won't support it if it's not going to somehow benefit, you know, camping amenities or straight into road maintenance, you know, like Measure S. So, you know, exploring is good, but we really need to be thoughtful and include all our partners. And I do think there's been some research on some of the business districts and things from the past that we could probably pull out. And so we're not recreating the wheel from scratch,
Right.
but things have changed too. So it's good to explore, but it's a big lift. And as we found out, what was the West Slope TOT increase? Failed miserably.
Oh, yeah, 2%. down
Yeah,
here.
there was Measure S and Measure whatever it was, and we didn't have a champion on the West Slope, so it failed. So it's just something to think about.
Great.
Yeah, I definitely think we should look at TOT options with campgrounds because campers definitely have an impact on the county. Moving forward on the West Slope, there are some opportunities, hotel opportunities that are being proposed. Whether or not, you know, they get approved or not, we'll have to find out. But those are options that will that we should be aware of, and definitely just keep in the back of our mind. It could definitely help our TOT. And I think that we probably should look at again, and then you just did it a couple of years ago, a ballot measure, but this is the first time in 10 years our TOT has dropped and we're going to have to make cuts. Is that about right? So I'm sure with that being said, and we're going to make cuts. There's going to be cuts on TOT today, but I think we could probably sell that tax better and get advocates on the West Slope to really advocate behind it and get it passed.
Yeah, I just want to say, you know, Brian, when you brought up about the Forest Service is one of the things that I talked about too. And before, what one can do to generate more TOT tax in our county. Right now, it's a real tough decision. We're going through a budget crisis right now. And our county, we don't have the funds coming in like we used to have. So we don't have the grant money, especially when it comes to infrastructure. So that's was designated by the state of California. So our roads and public safety should be #1 priority, is what it should be. One of the biggest issues is we got to take care of our employees. We've been talking about that for a long, long time. And when we start doing these things, they look at us, well, wait a minute, why are you doing this? And we're not getting our raises or you know, which this is one of the big issues that we've had. And keeping people here, workforce, especially in our county. So we need to concentrate, especially on our employees and public safety and our roads. That's the 3 priorities that we should be concentrating on. I know this is a tough decision, it really is, but we got to tighten our belt. I mean, I've run a business for 50 years. I know what it's like when you have to tighten your belt. And it's really a tough decision today that we have to make. And it's not a good thing. That's all I can say for right now.
And then along the lines of the Forest Service, there is currently a working group being led by the water agency, because we started that, we did start that way on the board left. It's still ongoing. It's just been very slow talks, but it includes SMED and the Forest Service and the campgrounds up there off Ice House Road. And so that's ongoing conversation that's in the works too. So I didn't want you to think that we forgot that. It's just slow going with all those entities.
Anybody else got anything to say right now? So I guess I'll open it up to public comment on this agenda item.
And specifically this particular question, not necessarily the discretionary
For number
TOT,
one,
right?
yeah, number one.
And now taking public comment on item number 19, option 1. The individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the chambers like to speak?
Good morning again. I'm still Lee Tannenbaum, and I'm still the president of the El Dorado County Taxpayers Association. Little confusing. I'm just going to do this as a general comment, not specific to the breaking up of this item number. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the taxpayers who fund the county and to advocate for greater transparency and accountability in the use of the TOT and the DTOT funds. This week, our association will submit a Public Records Act request seeking full line item breakdown of how these tax dollars have been spent. We want to know exactly where this money has gone, who's received it, and what impact it has had. We will be requesting all related communications and recipient reports to ensure these funds are being used as intended. With the county considering new revenue measures, including a sales tax increase, new tourism districts, and additional fees, we believe it's essential for taxpayers to have all the facts. Before asking residents and businesses to pay more, the county must first demonstrate fiscal responsibility and full transparency with the funds it already collects. We're not here to oppose reasonable investments in our community. We're here to ensure that every tax dollar is used wisely, efficiently, and for the benefit of the people who live and work here. We urge the board to support our call for transparency by publicly releasing detailed accounting of the TOT and DTOT expenditures before considering any new tax measures. The public deserves clarity, accountability, and a seat at the table for these discussions. Thank you for your time. We look forward to your response and continued dialogue on this issue.
Thank you. Anybody in the boardroom would like to speak on this item? Move to Zoom.
Now
Oh, come on, hang on. Laura, you want to come up? Yeah. We're going to option 1 first and then option. If you want to
If
speak
I-
on
if I
option
could
1,
just-
you can. Come on up. Anyway.
Clarify. So I want to make sure that there's no confusion because we did make reference to option 1 and option 2 with regard to how we will spend the DTOT. We are not talking about that right now. What we're talking about
item
is
1 on the agenda.
item
Yeah,
number 1 in the
yeah.
title.
Yeah, revenue enhancement, plural.
Yeah. You can still speak.
Yeah.
That's all right.
I could do that. Good morning, Laurel Brempum, CEO, El Dorado County Chamber. I've been listening to the conversations. We have been partners with the county for over 30 years in film and tourism. We've been through the tough times and the good times. We survived 208 and 209 when everybody tightened their belt. And we were the team players that stepped up. Factually, the last successful attempt at raising a TOT on the Western Slope was championed by the Chambers of Commerce. So it's certainly one of the things that should be on the table and should be considered and thoughtfully considered by the chambers as well to step up to champion that. There are lots of options, BIDs, TBIDs, assessments, all of those things that really warrant investigation and support in many areas. I think that those alternatives are out there. I think that both the El Dorado Hills Chamber and the County Chamber want to be at the table to be the partners in supporting those efforts. So I'll leave all of my other comments. So part B, I guess. Thank you.
Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak on this item? I mean, Jeff, come on.
Morning, Chairman Tombu. Jeff Lykoff, Sheriff of El Dorado County. I'm here to talk to you this morning about, I guess, what we use a TOT funding for in our agency.
Well, that would be item on 2, right? Correct?
That's the
Three.
next
Or
topic.
3. No, that would be
Three.
3, yeah. Okay.
Trying to generate revenue, Jeff, so
Yeah.
more ticket
Okay.
sales. I don't
Tickets
know.
right.
on helicopter rides.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't know.
Recreation.
Thought maybe you
Yeah.
had something else you wanted to say, so that's all right. Sorry about that, Jeff. Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak? Let's go to Zoom, please.
And now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Good morning. Hi, Kelly Nalavaya, District 1, El Dorado Hills citizen. I'm not going to repeat what President Tenenbaum from the Taxpayers Association echoed. And I would expect 100% enthusiasm and support, especially from our 3 candidates who have been promoted under the guise of the Republican Party. It's a new day. We've been enlightened. We've been encouraged. We are being guided to see county versions of Department of Government accountability. So I'm sure you can understand and will support 100% the efforts for the citizens to dissect these information and documents that they're asking for. So I'm going to be of the positive outlook that this will not be a problem to get that information expeditiously and quickly to the Taxpayers Association. In terms of taxes, and my mouth dropped a little bit. I'm not going to lie, Supervisor Veerkamp, when you suggested underlining a tax and calling it a fee because people won't vote for a tax. Wow. That caught me maybe in a way that it wasn't meant to, but it was very uncomfortable. That sounds a little undermining of responsibility of, our money. In terms of generating revenue, I hope they don't include increases. A family of 4 now to enjoy a day of skiing, whether it's at one of the simpler resorts or all the way up to what I will still to this day call Squaw Valley, runs a family anywhere from $400 to $1,000. And that's just for the skiing part. If you want to stay, eat, do all those other things, it is becoming $1,000+ weekend for a family of 4. And I think that is one of the reasons we're seeing some of the decrease is just the cost of inflation. I ask that we be patient. I believe that our government is working on that inflation, but I also think that it's time for us to be working on making sure, as was said, that every dollar counts where it needs to count, that every service that it goes for is realistic for today's 2025, maybe not years or decades before, and really look forward to being part of this process of government accountability. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, so this will be a fun one. What I heard from this board is let's grow government. Our employees need to be funded off of the tourism, and let's tax the income generators, taxing campgrounds. I mean, really, this is where the not as financially fortunate people go for recreation. And then let's continue funding these other agencies without any accountability. I've been asking for that for over a decade. I did a public records request a few years ago, and I got a whole bunch of files that I had to dig through to figure it out for myself where our money goes, which I'm surprised that, I wonder what you've been given to make these decisions. I know that the chambers pretty much control this budget and the actions that happen with the economic development funds and tourism funds without any accountability. It would be nice. It's almost like you're all afraid to stand up to that. We have an economic development department when we once had one employee that came out and said, our income is what feeds our county is cottage industry and tourism. And because he was a champion for that, he was pushed out by the chamber, and we brought in a $3 million department. How about if we start cutting that out? I don't know what the purpose of that is besides bringing in big corporations for, high lobbyists that are bringing those in. I'm just fed up with every year we go through the same thing. You're presented with, and it's sad because I am in the, I love our county. I love the ruralness of it. We do depend on tourism, and I am somebody that probably brings in, I do everything I can to bring in tourism without any support from our government. I see the money instead go to people that sit on it, use it for their own income. And it's very discouraging. And most of you know this. And it would be nice to have a change of heart, start supporting our county. And if you want to increase your funds, cut out the economic development department. It was never necessary. And if you want to keep an employee there to bring those, to lobby for those corporate businesses, then just do that. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Yeah, I'm here to echo the same things. It's so frustrating to see what's happening in the federal government, and it's crazy to think that it's not happening in our own county. People have been ringing the bell about this forever, but now I think that there's enough people paying attention to you guys, all of you sitting up there, that things are going to change. And it's so frustrating when you go to work and you just bust your butt. And I watch you guys just, kowtow to the bureaucrats, and we pay you good money, and you don't take care of the county workers. You absolutely don't. Those guys can make more money working at In-N-Out Burger than they do working for you, right? So instead of talking about ways to increase, how about let's talk about decreasing spending and not spending money or taking grants that obligate us to spend money. Instead of taxing and looking for ways to increase revenue, let's start cutting back the budget. And if that means getting rid of some of these bureaucrats that sit around in your offices and just look for grant money that obligates us and sells us out to the state and the government, right? Let's start decreasing those, and you'll find that our budget will look better. We won't be in a deficit. That's just basic math. And I flunked out of accounting, just so you know, but I do know basic math, and we're all cutting back on things in our home. We're not all going out and getting third jobs. We're cutting back. We're using our utilities less. Maybe we need to, maybe not put the AC so low in the offices at the county or things like that, or just maybe cut some positions and not give ourselves raises, right? So let's think about those things. When we talk about the Chamber of Commerce, we don't really need any more tourism. Have you been up to Lake Tahoe? People can't even get to their homes. The traffic is so bad. So maybe we need to not give Chamber of Commerce so much money, right? Anyway, hope you guys have a good day. Thanks.
Thanks, Mandy.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for discussion on item 1.
Well, I think the public comment, was really good, and I think that they make some very good observations. I know that county staff is very aware of the budget constraints and that you've reached out to departments. Maybe you could comment a little bit about what we're doing internally to be more efficient and more effective.
Yeah, so we've been looking at this, flattening of revenues for a couple of years. And again, what we're talking about today is one very small part of the budget, and it really doesn't touch what we're doing with the larger budget. And so one of the things that we have done, having lots of discussions with departments about those efficiencies and all of those things. And their direction for this budget year was to come in with a budget, if possible, that does not increase their costs from the current year. So we're looking at a no growth budget for departments, and hopefully that's the top end. I already know that there are at least a couple of departments that are saying they're coming in even under that. So lots and lots of discussions with department heads on all of those pieces with efficiencies and reining in expenses, things like delaying projects, looking at new ways of delivering service, or either bringing that back in-house if it had been contracted out. So we're really exploring all of that in a lot of really good discussions with our departments.
Anybody else?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to address the tax versus fees. Any discussion that I will support or be part of will be fees on non-residents tourism. Tourism is obviously one of our major components to our economy. And you go to other places and you pay a fee based on basically what you're getting. And I mean, as high as up in the 20%. So that would be the discussion that I would entertain. It's not to get around the tax other than the El Dorado County's voting record. They don't support any tax, even a TOT that does not really affect our own local folks unless you're going to stay in your own hotel. But even then you could bifurcate that out to a resident versus non-resident. And that'd be the same thing for campgrounds and so forth, is resident versus non-resident. The fire districts obviously have put in requests because of the impacts of tourism on them. And they're viewing it as resident versus non-resident. I'm assuming that methodology is there, and rightly so. So that is an impact that we are now funding. We never did in the past, but we had those discussions, and I understand now where it's at. I think it's gotten a little bit generous, and we've paid for some things that I probably wouldn't have agreed to, but it is what it is, and now we need to move forward. And public safety is right up there on the top of my list, because we are generating the extra volume in some of these remote areas for tourism. I see the sheriff has in his search and rescue. I see some of these calls. There's 3 different agencies going to. Maybe we can be a little bit more efficient and effective on it, but some of them are so remote, you don't know who's going to get there first and how you're going to get there. So, I get all that coming from that side of my career. But it was truly aimed at the tourism side of our economy, and we should be capturing that, because that's the impact we're not getting anymore, due to the declining TOT, gas tax, and other things that are causing the impacts on our roads.
Yeah.
We don't get the DMV fees that we used to get either on electric vehicles, and yet that's the way of California. So that's an impact on our roads. So we have got to come up with some methodologies that we can collect the best we can without affecting our residents. Otherwise, the only other thing we can do is go back to residents and either a tax increase or some sort of a property tax increase. And I think we're all paying plenty there as well. So we're going to have to be creative, and we're going to have to think these things through. We have to involve the participants and get their inputs. But even then, we're going to have to make some tough decisions. We haven't touched the rafting fee in 20 years? I think it's $2 a boat or $2 a person, so that's nothing compared to if you want to go somewhere else. And again, not just picking on them, but there's a bigger rounded picture that we need to address, and we need to capture it from those that are coming. And I don't mean being unreasonable, but we need to keep up with the times as well and the impacts it's causing to our county, that our residents shouldn't bear the burden. And right now, that's where it's really headed, because it's all property tax. One other area that on the revenue side that we may take a look at, I don't know, is when we do annexations, we give away general fund money. Maybe there's time to readdress that and take a look at those as we negotiate those annexations. Some of the other entities are municipalities that can generate their own revenues. So, we continue to give away property tax. That just makes our hole bigger. So I don't know, but it's just, I think it needs to be out there and needs to be looked at as we move forward. That was something that I brought up years ago as well. And again, we've just sort of kept our heads down and done what we've normally done, and look where we're at now. And that's looking at deficit spending, and that doesn't work.
Exactly. Greg, you have anything?
No, just to close. With the TOT, an increased TOT, just this year, if we increased it 4%, that's another $2.8 million, and we'd be flush this year. And it's not costing our residents, as Ron pointed out. It's not a sales tax. It's a tax on our tourists that we're trying to promote to come visit our county. I also think that we as a board need to consider these challenges when we're approving ordinances and creating new policies. And whether you like things like, tobacco ordinance or ranch marketing decisions or the TIF fees, whether you're in favor of those or not, they're not good for business. They're not good for business. And so we need to just consider that as we move forward. I certainly will.
Yeah. The only thing I have to say is, we've reached out to all the other department heads and stuff to see what they could do to cut their budgets, because it's a tough time right now. And we got to make some tough decisions here. And it's when you cut these department heads and looking and cutting their funding, and then we look at this here, it's got to be across the board. It's got to be more conspiracy than anything else, because everybody's thinking that we got all this money or whatever like that's coming in, but it's not. Some of the things that's been brought up about our employees and stuff, that we're spending all this money, with an attorneys or whatever, and it's not even true at all. So we need to concentrate on that. If we're cutting department heads and they have to look at their budgets, we need to look at this too. And these are tough decisions today, especially when it comes to, to all the residents and TOT. We got to look what we can do. Like Brian said, we got to look at different ways to generate more TOT tax so we can fund it. And if we don't, what's going to happen next year? Is it going to drop another, $2 or $3 more million? And there's not going to be enough money to be able to pay these people that come today. I mean, it's a tough call. It really is right now. So we need to tighten up a little bit. Anything else?
I just have a question. Do we actually know, Supervisor Lane kind of alluded to it, but the crackdown in the illegal VHRs, do we have numbers or anything to really know how much of an impact that's been?
We can ask the treasurer tax collector. I'm not too sure, but I do. One thing we can say is that we have fewer VHRs than we did have at the height, which is likely not due to the crackdown, obviously, on the illegals. That has to do with maybe the cap and the buffering. So that certainly, I would imagine, is a driver. I'm not sure if the treasurer would be able to kind of parse out the data and to know how many fewer illegals there are operating, but we could ask the question.
Yeah, I think that would be good to know, since we're supposing that. Is that accurate or not?
Yeah, we'll reach out.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Not on number one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think what I'm hearing is go ahead and explore some of these pieces, focusing on areas that aren't going to be overly burdensome on either business within the county or the residents of the county, trying to align these revenue opportunities with impacts that we're feeling. And so I would include in that as well, the board has, previously directed departments to maintain their fee schedules to make sure that we are aligning, the cost of the service with the user of the service. So I would maybe throw that in there too, if the board's okay with that. And I think that gives staff and the ad hoc committee sufficient direction to explore some things and then potentially bring some of those back maybe with our April discussion.
Okay, that sounds good. All right. All right, we'll go to item 2. I'll bring it to board. You want to talk about item 2, please?
Yeah, so that's just, as I said, it's the board budget policies. I don't know if the board wanted us to look at anything now to prepare to come back to in April with, like I said, the only one that we plan on addressing at this point is the disaster designation and whether the amount of that is sufficient.
All right, so I'll open it up to board comments.
I think it's sufficient. I think we worked hard to develop those original 11 years ago, and they've expanded a little bit more to try to be more, I'm going to say, I guess, restrictive, or at least, accountable. Again, wasn't here during those last 4 years. I don't know, to my opinion, maybe we got away from some of those to some degree. And again, the money was flowing, so it got given out. That's much to my dismay, because there are going to be ups and downs, and it's good to hang on to some money. So again, what's happened. We got to fix going forward, but I think the policies are there. We just need to adhere to them. And, certainly I have no issue with making sure that all of our departments are being as efficient, as effective as they can. And if we can't figure out some revenue enhancements, we're going to have to probably talk about what services we provide and what we don't, and get serious about those, or better ways to do it.
Yeah.
And again, for our employees, and Chairman Turner, you spoke of it, they are very important. We've got obviously some open bargaining contracts that are now months in arrears, and with hopefully some resolve in sight, maybe not, I don't know, but it's not pretty. And if we're going to have employees, we've got to take care of them, and I believe we do, and we need to do that. And I worked hard with prior boards to make sure we did that. Sometimes it was close to not having all the money we needed to get to where they needed to be, but we worked through it and got it done, and we owe it to them. Most of them are our county residents as well. They have to eat and breathe and sleep and so forth here as well as we do. So we need to take care of those. And then obviously, if we don't keep our public safety element right at the top of our strategic plan, then we're fooling ourselves. And it includes vegetation management as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's an item that obviously is morphed into a department now, but yet that needs to occur, because if we have a catastrophic wildfire such as Caldor within a highly populated area, property tax will be gone for quite some time. So we've got to be involved in that, and I think the public is embracing and understanding it, given the insurance industry and other factors that are guiding them. But that momentum is moving right now, and we need to keep that going. Also, it's like an insurance policy, which, oh, by the way, anybody check, you can't get insurance anymore. So it's almost our own insurance policy. So we got to keep those things going. And then obviously our roads and infrastructure are right up there as well, because you have to have them for evacuation, and you have to maintain them. Otherwise they cost you a heck of a lot more to build later on or maintain. So I think our policies are fine. We just got to tighten the belt.
Exactly. All right. Great.
Nothing.
Laura?
Agreed.
Agree? Yeah, same thing.
I just have a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Where are we at? Like, where is that fund right now? And it says that, after we get to the 8% set aside, that the monies left over go into this disaster fund. On average, kind of what is that amount?
So just to clarify on the 8%, so that's referring to our general reserve and our designation for contingency. So the general reserve is 5% and the contingency is 3%. And then we have actually several policies that say once we reach that 8% threshold, we will fund these other designations. And they're not in any particular order of priority. So the disaster designation, the goal there is to maintain about 5 million in there. And I believe we have 1.8.
1.3.
1.3. Okay. And we were looking at, like I said, historical expenditures and what we've needed from that fund. And I think we're looking at initially maybe making that more like 1.5, and that would be sufficient for that fund. 1.5 million.
As opposed to the 5 million.
As opposed to the 5 million, yes.
And so we've been through some really gnarly disasters. So how has that fund, how much of that fund has been utilized?
Okay. We can come back. So we'll have that for you in April when we come back with that discussion. But I will say, and I give the sheriff a ton of credit, because a lot of the work that they have done in standing up OES and supporting those incidents, they have absorbed in their budget. And so they haven't pulled down that fund. And so some other county departments have done the same. So we can come back to you with, how much those disasters have cost us, and then how much we've pulled down, and then how much we've actually needed, in disaster funding. So FEMA and so forth, and then how much we've actually needed from the disaster fund. But we do think, given all that, maintaining that 1.5 should be sufficient, is what we've seen.
I would certainly lean towards staff's recommendation.
Yeah. Okay. Is that it?
I think it's important to note as well, even all combined, all contingencies and disaster funds, maybe 15 million roughly.
No, it's quite a bit higher than that.
Well, okay.
So,
but $1 billion budget. Most places have much higher contingencies based on their budget, just so you can at least operate for a year. We're not even close to that.
No, not even close.
So,
yeah.
Sorry, Sue, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just the general reserve alone is 13 million. And then we've got about 7.8 million in the contingency. And then we've got another, 40, well, the total is about 48 million that we have there. So yeah, and I don't know, we've spoken with some other counties, and they have much sort of lower reserve percentages than we do. So I think and then they don't have a lot of the discretionary set asides that we have. So for example, we have, since we do have a loan on the public safety facility, and those loan documents through the federal government require us to maintain a full payment in there, a full annual payment. Well, we have decided to have an additional one just in case for rainy days. So that's just one of those discretionary decisions that we've made. And so why we, have a lot of, I believe, extra funding if we were to look compared to other counties.
What is the fund that you said had 48 million in it?
That's a combination of all those
all of them. Okay.
designations.
Of which general and contingency are part of. Okay.
Yeah, all
48
the,
million.
all the
Okay.
general fund designations and reserves and contingency.
Okay.
All right. So I'll open it up to public comment on item 2.
Now taking public comment on item number 2 of item number 19. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom, and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Can I get some clarity though? Because if we say we're taking comment on item 2, which is just
Just budget policies.
Just the policy.
Yep.
okay,
Yep, that's
just
it.
checking, making sure everybody knows that.
Okay. Anybody in the boardroom like to speak on this item? Come on up. Yeah, okay. So.
Seeing no public comment in the
I mean, you
boardroom.
guys were debating back there, so anyway.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Tara. Not really sure. Oh, there she is. Now taking public comment from Tara.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to say to all the board members how very much I appreciate what you do. I was a 35-year public servant, and I took my job very serious. We have a lot of responsibility, and I thank you for the shoes that you're in. But with that said, go ahead, stop the clock. What was that? Stop the clock. Did you have a question?
No, your background is coming from your end.
Okay. All right. So technical difficulties, add a minute, please, to the clock. Okay, so budget. So, okay, so here's the thing, you guys, 35 years I worked for California. I was 22 years oversight over El Dorado County in a certain department. I know the situation you guys are in. You guys are going the path of local agencies. I was oversight of 12 local agencies. Some of them were bankrupt. Some of them were fiscally bankrupt. We are going down that path. This is so critical that I'm raising my hand 4 meetings in a row and I'm getting passed over by comments. Just want to say that because I don't want to share the dirty laundry here in the board meetings. I would like to discuss possible solutions with the board members, but I've been denied meetings with some of the board members. How is that the public? You guys take meetings with developers, you take many meetings with special interests, and you're denying a public meeting? I'll be back with more details, but I would seriously consider taking meetings with your constituents. All of you vote on all the projects. All of you need to listen to the public and their voices. There is no reason that we should not be sharing discussions. I'm not here to tell you your job. I'm here to share my institutional knowledge. I'm here to share my information and learn from you. That's what I'm here to do. So for you to say you're not going to meet with me is quite insulting, not just for me, but for all the public in El Dorado County. So I've got a lot to say about the budget. It's not going to happen here. It may happen in the next meeting. I would recommend that we meet because there's a lot of stuff that I don't want to air here. Thank you very much.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, so this is regarding budget policy B16, and I don't even see where it's attached to this agenda. What is your changes? I mean, where's the write up on the screen that says this is what we're doing and this is what direction we're going? It's like, how are you making decisions? And maybe I'm missing something, but I don't see what it is you're actually going to do on this one. So a little bit more clarity, maybe when you get done with public comment on budget policy B16 would be lovely. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Gina Posey.
Good morning, board. This is a tough item. And I just want to make a suggestion. On Monday at the Taxpayers Association, we had Janelle Horn as our speaker, the recorder clerk of El Dorado County. We were quite impressed by what she had to say, specifically about the budget and how she looks at her department and what she's doing to make her department more effective and more efficient with the dollars that she has. I think it was a very good opportunity to learn about how one department is really keeping their eye on the ball. And I'd like to encourage everyone who's listening to the board today, as well as the board members, to take a listen to that presentation. Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board. Sue, could you comment on B16, please?
Sure. There are no proposed changes being discussed today. It's just to seek direction from the board to see whether they would like us to explore any changes that would be brought back later at our April meeting.
Okay.
And it was in the presentation, I think, on slide 6, correct? That policy. So yeah, and we talked about it during the presentation.
Right. All right, so I'll bring it back to board. Any more discussion on item 2?
I just have a question for
Go ahead.
staff. Within the budget policy B16, can you talk a little bit about Roman numeral 2, number 2, which talks about maximizing the board's discretion? Can you explain to me what was behind the intent of that?
Partly it was to encourage those departments that do receive funding from outside agencies that can be offsetting revenue to the activities that they do, to fully pull that down rather than just continuing to accumulate that and not spend it. Either that or have a plan for spending that. If they, like, for example, they could come to you and say, hey, I have this revenue source that comes in and I could use it to offset my operations, but I've got this very large technology project that I need to save that money for. So that's what I'm doing with it. So just including decision-making authority for the board there. So that was a big piece of it. Otherwise, not necessarily adopting policies that put maybe artificial fences around pots of money that truly are discretionary. So really looking at each piece of revenue and sort of maximizing, what that can be used for to support the board's policy and strategic goals.
And then just maybe a follow-up on that. And this would be number 13 in that same section policy. This has to do with discretionary TOT. And there's some very specific wording in here. I personally believe that making sure that discretionary TOT, if it's left in its current way, would always fund ranch marketing code enforcement and vacation home rental code enforcement. Those are directly tied to transient occupancy tax. And I would like to make sure that for future boards, that's never something that's taken off the plate. So I'm asking my colleagues if they would support some language in there that secures that.
Well, isn't that listed in the county operations part and that's kind of what we're supposed to be prioritizing?
What county operations part?
On the budget, the 7, it's on slide
7 million,
slide 10. And that's what we're proposing to prioritize, our county operations.
Right, but do
So-
you think we should memorialize it in a policy statement?
I don't know can we do that? I've always been told we can't. What's the right word?
You can for direction, but you can't encumber future boards. so
There it is.
They can change it.
That's the
Yeah.
thing.
So the discussion we're having today could happen with the future board and they could decide to pull that out. So, I mean,
Right.
that's always going to be what you will have. And we already do. I think you're right. What you're pointing out is those two pieces seem to be a little bit at odds with each other.
Right.
And we say maximize discretion, and then we have a discretionary source of revenue that we've put these lines around. So
Right.
that's definitely something your board can provide direction on at any point.
Right, that's where I'm a little bit concerned.
Any other comment? All right, so I guess we'll move on to item 3.
With regards to item 2, it was just to provide staff with direction. So do you feel that you have enough to be able to come back with something?
Right. I don't think we've been asked by you to look at anything other than I have heard that you don't disagree with us potentially bringing back a change to the disaster designation.
Right. So there's no changes to the board policy right now, correct? In B16.
Well,
So
we
don't-
are, yeah, but we are recommending that you come back. We are giving
Right.
direction that you recommend you
Right.
come back with
Come
a
back,
different
right. But there's
amount
no-
for item number 17.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Can I ask for my colleagues' support to just ask staff to kind of look at 2 and 13 and determine if they think there's a better way of doing that? We're not necessarily telling them what to do.
What what is your concern that we're need to address?
Well, it's just item number 2 is basically saying maximum discretion for the board around all the revenue that is generated to the degree possible. And then item number 13 is like specifically talking about discretionary transit occupancy tax and its impacts towards tourism, economic development, veterans, prioritizing facilities such as road maintenance, snow removal, law enforcement. And I'm saying, I believe that we should call out code enforcement in there as well relative to ranch marketing and vacation home rentals. And I would be happy to leave it
just to include that in that list, just so it's called out.
It's called out.
You're saying two almost contradict themselves.
Yeah.
They do.
One's providing discretion and one's more dependent.
Going,
Yeah.
All three of them
pointing
require code
narrowly.
enforcement. So do we just say code enforcement on county policy and ordinances? Something like that.
So you're talking about the sort of the examples listed of
Right.
the county services that are prioritized.
Right.
We could certainly add that and bring that back for your consideration in April.
I would add it, I wouldn't replace it though, because road maintenance on any survey ever done in the county, road maintenance is always number one.
Yeah.
So I think that needs
Snow
to be
removal, law enforcement, and then
Yeah.
before the et cetera.
Just
Let's
add.
just call
Just
out
add
code
code
enforcement.
enforcement. Okay. And maybe you generalize public safety because that's where law enforcement falls under as well as fire EMS, and it's become so costly.
Yeah.
Or the results of not having it become very costly.
Yeah. I understand. Okay.
Good point, Brooke.
Thank you.
You all right with that, Sue? For direction?
Yep, I think we have what we need. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so let's move to item 3.
Okay, so we'll just have Emma bring back up the 2 options that we came up with, but as she said, there aren't only 2 options. There are a number of options. Again, that option number 1 is the section of the policy we just read that says that county services and facilities will be prioritized for use of DTOT. And then option number 2 is distributing that cut across all the agencies that are currently receiving, or all the categories that are mentioned in the policy. You want to explain your spreadsheet?
Sure. So I have a spreadsheet if the board wants to provide specific direction. We have column B here, which is showing the current year adopted budget. Option 1 is the $7 million. And here we have all the county departments. And then we go down to the outside agencies promotion, which has 0. And then we have the outside agencies impacts, which has 0. And with this option, if you look up top here, we still need to cut $485,000 in order to balance this to $7 million. Option 2 is a 24% cuts across the board. So that means we would need to allocate 5.7 to county departments. Within our office, we've come up with some rough suggestions of where we could make those cuts within the current year's budget. And then we've just put general categories without recommendations by agency for the outside agencies, Econ Dev, and the outside agency tourism impacts. But that would be the total amount for each of those. And then I've left a column here for your direction.
So just really quickly to clarify, the column D there, option 2, 24% cuts. What we had done is we did not, we looked at kind of your priorities as you've expressed, and we had some initial thoughts on how you might want to distribute that cut among the county services rather than just doing a 24% cut on each line item. So as you can see, we had the VHR and code enforcement being held harmless, for example, and I believe the search and rescue. So that's just one idea. We just wanted to throw out there that 25% cut doesn't necessarily mean it has to be on every line item. You can distribute it however you would want to, if that's the way you went.
Mr. Chair, I've got a couple maybe clarifying questions. Sue, you can try. If not, I know there's a couple fire chiefs in the room. I read through the submittals. There wasn't wasn't real clear on the methodology for determining a tourist. Does that come off of address as far as how do you determine how those calls were categorized? And I guess
I think I see Chief Cordero looking like he's gonna come up and help out, but I'll just say this, in the discussions that we've had, that I know that I've had with the chiefs, I have said it's not necessarily not a tourist call if you are in the county. I mean, if I go to Tahoe and I get myself stuck on a mountain, I mean, I'm being a tourist within my own county. So I just want to throw that out there that we did kind of have that discussion. I think it is more based on the type of call rather than where they're from.
But that's a resident taxpayer that's paying property taxes and most likely generating a lot of our sales tax with them living here. So my concern around TOT is direct impacts because of the tourism. And that's what, at least I remember discussing years ago when we were going down this road to start reimbursing districts for what they're out, because there is that property tax or the person living here, resident versus non-resident issue. So.
Good morning, Jim Cordero, Fire Chief for El Dorado County Fire, also the chair of the El Dorado County Fire Chiefs Association. And as pointed out by Sue, that is kind of generally the direction that we go. We don't necessarily get the address of the patient of where they live. A lot of the times it's based on where the call is taking place. A lot of the times through the questioning and whatnot, the crews can determine, oh, this is somebody that's out of the area. They visited a winery or a lake or pick an area within our county, and within our RMS system, they can designate a box that this was a tourism related call. But some of those calls that do take extensive response from our personnel may very well be a resident, but they've, experienced something that occurred out in Moon Lake that requires 2 or 3 engine companies to go up there for an extended period of time. And that would then, it's a recreational tourism activity that has impacted us.
So it's basically based on activity, not exactly where you're from.
A
Okay.
combination of, yes.
Right. And Chief, stay up here if you don't mind for a minute.
Yes, sir.
Emma, you alluded to all districts. This is not all districts here that submitted it by any sense of the word. There's 6, 7 other independent districts. So, and then first responder fees. I know El Dorado County Fire has instituted these other districts that are currently requesting funds. Have they all instituted those fees, if you know?
I do not know of the other agencies that they're requesting funds if they have a first responder fee. I will say that from the County Fire Chiefs Association, we receive correspondence annually from the CAO's office, making this opportunity available to us to seek reimbursement for those calls. That information goes out to all the fire chiefs. Some agencies elect to do the legwork to produce those documents. Some agencies, whether they don't have the tourism calls or choose not to do it, that's kind of on their prerogative.
Okay, no, I understand that. I just wondered if the first responder fee was meant to capture some of this lost revenue as well. And I know there's different criteria that you use to charge it. But it's just, I'm looking at total revenue capture here and just wondering.
Speaking just for our agency, the purpose behind our first responder fee is to maintain the ALS paramedic services on our fire engines.
Okay. All right. And then I know when we bill service area 3 and 7, I believe we charge a non-resident fee, a higher rate fee. So that's something, at least on the EMS side of this, would be generating some revenue going into both of those pots that could be, and I'm just saying could be, maybe looked at to backfill some of these call fees on the EMS side of them, because that's going to the service area 3 and service area 7 pot. And it could backfill these type of calls, not the vehicle fire, not the other categories.
So we have a couple of issues there. First of all, both CSAs are established for specifically ground ambulance transport. So we can't use that funding for anything but the ground ambulance transport. The bigger issue, though, is that state law around ambulance fees has changed. And so we may have to get away from the resident versus non-resident. We will be bringing that back. We're still trying to go through an analysis. It was Assembly Bill 716 that changed how we bill and how we, can bill private insurance companies. So we may actually need to get away from that resident versus non-resident fee as well. So not not great news on either of those, sorry.
All the more reason to do a fee review and charge the fees that we should be charging. So, because we're way low. Yeah. David and Sue, hang on, and one more, there may be one more, Tim. David and Sue, I thought we had a legal opinion on the use of Service Area 7 funds that related to EMS first response. And I get just transport, but I thought we had discussed that when we were looking into the ability to use Service Area 7 funds for the first responder.
I think
type.
you may be referring to the ad valorem property tax that CSA 7 receives.
Right.
And yes, we did get an opinion
portion.
saying that that portion of the revenue could be used to fund any service that the county chooses to provide through CSA 7. So if the county were to decide to start providing an additional service through County Service Area 7, that ad valorem property tax would be available to fund that. But as the CSA is currently written, the only service we provide is that ground transport.
Okay, so what I'm saying though is that discretionary part of the property tax could be utilized to fund this amount that we're now taking out of TOT. I'm just throwing it out there that we maybe need to be more creative on how we do that. So
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to look at expanding, obviously, the services provided through CSA 7, and then so we'd be saying that we'd be providing the same service the fire districts are providing potentially. And we'd have to look into that more with county council.
Okay, right. And then when you look at the calls, and then most of them were around you, meaning El Dorado County Fire, Lake Valley, some Georgetown, in conjunction with the sheriff. Some of those had obviously multiple resources going to, and I know the uniqueness of our upper country, and you're going to dispatch the world, and then whoever gets there first then determines what's necessary from there. But there seems like there's a lot of duplication. It's probably a very small amount, but for hours people are tied up, and obviously on searches and so forth. But is there any way to recuperate the search component of this on the, I'm going to call it felony stupidity of a person that does things, out of craziness when the storm's coming in, they've been predicting it for a week or those sorts of things. And we have to go out and expend a whole ton of resources and so forth to make up these. And, here we are, we're talking about the funds and the impacts of those.
That would be an ideal situation if we could, have a toll booth of where are you going and what are you going to be doing? Take a deposit on a credit card.
Oh, I know.
The potential ramifications with the calls. You are correct. There's a large diversity of sometimes the responses and how long it actually takes. Some can take, 12, 14 hours. Some can be 2 or 3 hours. Working with the CAO's office is where we kind of came up with a methodology utilizing for these type of calls. Here's the standard response that would apply to that type of call. Here's kind of a standard timeline without going through and doing an individual data set on each and every call, kind of come up with generalities so that it makes it easier for processing and tracking.
And it looked like some of them were more around Fallen Leaf Lake and that remote wilderness area back in there that were the numerous agencies responded. And it's probably because Fallen Leaf Lake doesn't have as many first responders. And you guys would attempt to be first there, or Lake Valley was first in, and yet there was still multiple agencies still going.
Just looking at the call data and the reimbursement requests, it's, Chief Stevens from Lake Valley is here, and I would want to speak on his behalf, but their impacts to those calls, they obviously run a significant more calls of those type of calls in those areas than we do. Ours is primarily on the Ice House, Crystal Basin, Iron Mountain Road, those areas, and then down in Coloma with the rivers.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. I don't know if Sheriff, you got anything to add that would be around the search and rescue component that we can, most of the search and rescues are non-reimbursable, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
This is kind of an unwritten rule.
Yeah, come on up.
Come on up, Jeff, please.
You can talk about that.
It's kind of an unwritten rule in the state. We have people from El Dorado County that visit other parts of the state too and find themselves in predicaments that requires first responders and law enforcement. So it's kind of an unwritten rule. There's really no way to back that.
Right. I know for me, in trying to bifurcate this component out of it, not that it's a relatively small amount, but to me, it's a pretty direct impact of the tourism side of stuff. All the more reason why we should be getting more tourism dollars somehow. And because of the impact to services, not only you, but the first responder districts as well. And, there may be some other things in the works that we can do better on triaging, dispatch, or whatever it may be. But again, we're really trying to split some hairs here. And for me, the public safety element is number one. We need to make sure we get there, we triage, transport effectively, and so forth. And, either that or we close down recreation. And I'm not advocating that whatsoever. And that's what the attraction is. And I'm sorry, but then on one hand, we've done such a good job in all the years of promoting tourism. In reading Lake Valley's report and County Fire's report, the impacts of tourism are overwhelming them. The number of visitors to the Tahoe area is getting to a point where what do you do? And, we had a meeting Friday, we talked about, again, they're working on transit and different things to Emerald Bay and all sorts of other things because the impact is so great. So we certainly can't cut that. But then the question begs in my mind, and sometimes it's a simple mind, where does it end? And can we not support it anymore? And first and foremost, we got to take care of the public safety element. So I'm not proposing at all cutting that out of this at this point. But other programs through the years, we've heard they're going to be self-sufficient, they're going to be this, and they're going to be that. And we've continued to fund them fully. And I know they've done a great job. The reports have been good, but we're facing some items here that I didn't see in 8 years as a county supervisor when I was here before. And it really is disheartening that now we're having to get down really to brass tacks on this. I alluded earlier that the $990 million piece isn't here before us yet. And yet we've got to now today talk about $7 million, which is really difficult. But as it stands for me today, I'm going to try to keep the public safety element funded, and the rest of it for now, until I know more, is just going to have to go by the wayside. That's where I stand.
Sheriff Lykoff, if you could, you used the word search and rescue, and you kind of integrated it with normal law enforcement response and fire response. But there is a search and rescue team that operate out of the basin that is a volunteer group of people, very well trained. They've been doing it for years, and it makes a big difference. And so I want to make sure that when you use the word search and rescue, that I understand, are you talking about that team of people, or are you talking about in general search rescues?
Well,
emergency
obviously
services.
they enact those teams, and it's all based on the call and the need and what needs to be done. Now we've got a helicopter, and I totally agree. That's quick, efficient, and easy, and alleviates a lot of having to get those volunteers together. But some of them still need them all as well, and they do an excellent job. They are free, and they're motivated, and they do a really great job. So I wouldn't say any of that needs to be adjusted.
Yeah.
I think we did a study, and if with our search and rescue team and the in a 3-year span, search and rescue volunteers saved us over $550,000 just with volunteer services.
Yeah, so well warranted.
Yeah, and
again,
the
they do a great
situation with
job.
the helicopter, I mean, this was a big decision that we made, this past board did, which is a good asset for the county. Because can you imagine what the cost would be if we had to have other agency come into our county and use that helicopter? What's the cost would be? It'd be unbelievable.
We relied on H20, which was unreliable. They do a good program as well.
Hey,
as
easy,
California Highway
easy.
Patrol.
Easy.
No, I said
You're really good.
unreliable because they're tugged in 16 other directions in the region.
Yeah, I think 9 counties actually.
Yeah, so I think the cost savings of having a dedicated one that we have now is great, but you still need the tools. And that's the volunteer search and rescue program as well. They do a great job. And I think we should always, again, we owe it to our people to make sure that we keep them safe and can get them out right. Yeah. Again, I give my simple brain of somebody that just makes a stupid decision ought to pay for it. But, I get it. All my decisions never been smart either. So.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? Lori? Anything to say?
No.
Brooke?
Well, I
Not
mean,
yet.
Go ahead.
Supervisor Rick Camp, I think that, that you're looking at, the, outside agency tourism impacts here for, this was for 24, 25.
Yeah, right.
So this past year, and the question is going to be, do we want to give direction to the staff to solicit those requests again? Because that's what we've been having to do is say, staff, go solicit those requests. We don't know what they're going to come in as, which is always kind of terrifying. But you're right. Yeah, you're reimbursing for the prior year. So
Yeah, 'cause
it's
these are 23, correct?
yeah.
Yeah.
And they got reimbursed in the 24, 25 budget.
Right.
So
Right.
the question is, are we going to direct staff to go out and get those again? And we don't know how much those requests could be, and we don't know how much of it we'll want to fund or not. And yeah, it's been tough the past couple of years. And we've been, I would say we've been very good at being cautionary to everyone to make it clear to them that we were not going to be able to sustain this for much longer. That I think every year we were very good about that. So
yeah.
You know.
Okay, understand.
Well, and this program started out before my time, so I want to just make sure I understand this correctly, but it was to buy things. Like it was never intended for staffing or anything like that. And then it kind of evolved into impacts on tourism, which became reimbursements for calls. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I do think that it needs, anytime you do this, there's an expectation from the one side that you're going to continue to do it. And then there's, you know, this other side, which is like, how long can we sustain this?
Yeah.
And I think that when it started, COVID-19, when it was crazy, we had a lot of TOT. This was a good option, but I think we have to send a really strong message at this point that if we're going to fund our county operations first, that things like that, we have to put out the expectation that you're not always going to be able to rely on this source of funding. I don't know that that you all agree, but in that venue too, while we're talking about discretionary TOT, one thing I would like the board to discuss is this idea that that I've been proposing since I got here, which is, you know, we produce more than 2/3 of the revenue generated in discretionary TOT. But for decades, we've gotten 20 cents back on the dollar. For every dollar that we generated, we got about 20 cents back. And that went on for a really long time until last year when the board, we all pulled together and we made the decision that the monies that were generated in the basin would go back to the basin in terms of services. And I just want to check in with the new board members and with my other board members that are continuing, that I would like to know that that philosophy is still being supported as we begin to go through this list.
Well, for me, when you look at the amount of TOT that's going back into Lake Valley or the emergency services, that's probably the largest of all the requests. So there is a good portion going there. And the only thing that I get concerned about is if we start, and I'm not saying it was the wrong thing to do, but you start bifurcating, well, who creates this? You go to El Dorado Hills, look at the property tax created in El Dorado Hills. Exactly. And they're not getting it either. Thus the incorporation discussions. So
No,
our challenge.
You make a great point.
Yeah.
You make such a good point that it goes back to my original point that I've been making since I got here, which is, why do we bifurcate discretionary TOT? Why?
Yeah, and I remember when you brought that up, your very first budget talk, your first year, and we all kind of went, yeah, why don't we just put it into the general fund and then
We
operate the general
go through our
fund
budget
instead of
process
doing
like
this?
everything else. We handle it like property tax. We handle it like sales tax.
Right.
It it's anxiety just coming to this meeting every
Right.
year.
Yeah.
You know, because we take 1% of our budget of $1 billion and we fret about it for 2 hours. And I say, the basin needs what they generate, they need it back. And then you guys say, well, we need more of it. And I mean, it creates this untenable situation. And I just, you know, for the basin, we have really great needs, and we do generate a revenue that the West Slope declined to even increase. So yeah, this is exhausting.
Yeah.
And if I could ensure somehow, some way that, you know, the things that are really important to the basin that have been funded out of discretionary TOT for years, that it will still be funded. And I'm sure you would want some assurances in a similar vein that maybe this is, you know, this is something we need to look at.
So you're saying that we need to just take this TOT and put it right into the general fund and then fund it out of that. Is that what you're saying?
It's how the city, you know, the city of South Lake Tahoe does that all of their revenues, property taxes, sales taxes, TOT, it all just goes into the general fund. And then you make decisions as policymakers about how that's going to be funded every year through the budget appropriations. And, you know, I still make sure that in that process, the
Right.
things that are super important to the basin are funded, but we do it in a better, more efficient, more effective way. And we treat it like all the other money that we don't, feels like we put telling Supervisor Parlin this morning, it feels like we put a bowl in the middle of the table and we fill it with gold coins and we say to the 5 of us, go at it, figure it out. And it just doesn't feel right.
So when we were originally talking about some bit of any funding going back to the fire agencies or the people impacted by tourism, we didn't at that time discuss taking it out of TOT. It was going to come from county budget, whatever it was, and TOT was all just went into the county budget. So in the last 4 years, that's where it's got. I'm going to call them toy acquisition, I think was just from my remembrance, I wasn't here either. We had first started talking about, again, reimbursement for actual calls, and Chief Cordero remembers probably the conversation from impacts that the general plan spells out that tourism is a piece of, you know, are these elements, and there needs to be public safety to them. So it all had a nexus to tie together to try to get some of our rural districts some money back. There used, you know, in the old day, there was aid to fire. And the rural districts, or actually the county budget couldn't support that anymore. So we went then to nothing for quite some time. Then we went to, well, give us a list of absolute needed equipment. And then, so again, budget restrictions took that away. Then we got at least started the discussion of then just impacts. You give me a list of calls that tourism is causing the impact, and we'll see if the county can fund them. That didn't happen on my watch. It happened in those next 4 years. But during those first couple requests, there was some, I'm going to call them toys, quads and some other stuff. Sorry, Tim, but that maybe necessary equipment. A fireboat for El Dorado Hills. Okay. Yeah. So, but now I believe it's pretty much down to the brass tacks of truly what they're doing. I don't have any trouble prioritizing in our county budget that we augment based on statistical information. And here it is. And if we want to go back to all the money is in one pot, fine. And then when we have our budget discussions, and that'll be a piece of it from my point of view, I think it makes perfect sense. And we're not bifurcating anything, because if we go down that road, then you got to ask yourself, well, how much does Mosquito and Swansboro generate? How much does North or South County generate?
Yeah,
we have to think as a county.
Right.
Right.
If you're talking like that, if you're referring, sounds like you're referring to the fire department specifically. And if we did that, there would have to be there has to be an effort to make the whole system countywide more efficient. And whether that's consolidation or not, I mean, that we need to make it more efficient. I've got a lot of thoughts. To your point, Brooke, about the TOT money going into the general fund, I'm not there yet to make a decision like that. Give me a year. I won't be able to make an intelligent decision. I think when we look at the TOT, one of the first things we do, and there's a lot of money to go into county programs, we need to take a look at those programs and see, do all of them fit within that definition of number 13 in board policy B16? Are they directly related to TOT, or should they be funded somewhere else in the general fund? And if not, I think we should look at removing those. I don't have an appetite to defund or reduce the funding on a helicopter. I think it's having worked for the CHP throughout the state, it is an incredible asset to have. And I can't believe a county our size actually got it done. And you brought it up earlier, I checked yesterday, SAC-SO has 5 helicopters, none with a hoist. And in order for them to respond up here, they have to, has to be mutual aid request. So basically, that request goes up from their line staff to the sheriff's department or to the sheriff, and the sheriff makes a call to sheriff of Sac County, and it's a long process. It's not just a radio request on dispatch, which we have with ours, whether it's sheriff's department, CHP, Placerville PD, South Lake Tahoe PD. They're benefiting all of the agencies, including the fire departments. Fire departments, I have questions about the justification for the fire and the TOT. And I guess the biggest question is, how these departments are already funded and they're going to respond to these calls already with their current funding. Why is there additional funding needed? And coming from the CHP again, I guarantee you half the calls from CHP calls in South Lake and on Highway 50 and the surrounding areas are tourist related. And I'm a little jealous we never got a dime of any of this money from any county I ever worked in. And I'm not saying it's not deserved, but how is it justified? Where's that money going to? And what additional costs are the fire departments experiencing based on a tourist call versus a resident? Right.
Well,
The costs are similar.
Yeah, I'm sure you got the report. I think they've done a pretty good job in putting that together. And you bring up a good point. Let me go back again in history. There was a point in time when this board told the fire districts, there'll be no more money going to any of you unless you annex, consolidate, streamline. And out of that carrot and stick, we got Latrobe and El Dorado Hills together. Still costing us a little bit more money than what we anticipated, but still a lot less than what it could have cost. Look what you just funded for Meeks Bay. $900,000 of discretionary money went to that annexation. But the reason is, again, for that streamlining process, hopefully now they're going to be whole with North Tahoe and everything will work. So one at a time, they would slowly starting to get that direction. I think I'm going to speak a little bit for the chief and the Chiefs Association. I think they'd like nothing more than for some money to be on the table so they could get more efficient, more effective, and work together. They work together daily, operationally, seamlessly. But it's the administrative side, and they're all down to minimal administration based on what NFPA requires. But there could still be some efficiencies, and Diamond Springs and El Dorado County Fire now are close to getting down that aisle. So we, though, can help be a part of that. And we met monthly trying to get some of those consolidations done years ago. We need to either get back to that. That does, in my opinion, as well involve our service areas, because they're that's our first response transport agencies. There could be some opportunities there. And but again, that's not entirely what today's about. I think what they've presented minimally is worth funding no matter if it's out of TOT or our budget, until we can get to some resolve on these other issues. Because the other issue for most of these calls is, I'm going to call it no man's land. It's federal government property that we don't get anything for. And I mean, the county, they don't, but yet the recreationists are up there enjoying it. If anybody, we should be billing the federal government. Well, good luck for that.
Yeah.
Right now, but
Yeah.
again, it's partnerships and trying to work towards some solutions. There's plenty of opportunity here, and we just got to start working towards those to try to get some of that. And most of these agencies that put in the request are very low AB8 tax dollar funded. And that's the impact is just duplicative. And I got to applaud County Fire for putting the first responder fee in there. A lot of departments like the city, South Lake Tahoe has one too. Don't do it, and they just keep going on the shoestring, basically budget every year. I've asked Sue to get me some updated information on where all the current budgets stand. They were going broke 10 years ago, and yet they're all still here.
Yep.
But there's these things as the major emergencies throughout California. They go out at OS deployments and make a lot of money on them. So that's help fund their budgets. But if that doesn't continue, then they're going to be in trouble. Then the Board of Supervisors by default is in the fire business.
I want to add a point of clarification. So from a countywide budget perspective, whether this funding comes out of TOT or the general fund, there's going to be a corresponding cut.
Right.
So we will be seeking direction on, and that corresponding cut is going to come from your county departments. So the board's going to need to wrestle with whether or not you want to continue to fund the outside agencies, whether it's fire, chamber, whomever. And again, where that corresponding cut is going to come from in your county operations.
So would you like direction today? I mean, Supervisor Lane brought it up. You just put everything back in one pot, and then the direction then is where then to cut. And then
Yeah, I mean, we have inflicted this pain on ourselves,
Yeah.
right? There's a long history, and you know the long history of TOT and how it came about, and it was once a general plan policy, and it's evolved over the years. So from a county administrative standpoint, they are discretionary monies that can be treated as a holistic approach to the county. But whether you include it in kind of our general fund, and all of our revenues are coming down, right? Our
Right.
property tax growth, our sales tax growth.
sales tax, property tax,
So-
gas tax, TOT, grants.
Exactly.
Grants.
Everything,
Yeah.
right? So we're being hit all at the same time, same external pressures that everyone else is facing. The costs are still increasing. County cost of utilities, it's astounding. So I just don't want there to be an expectation that I don't think there's objection. I know there may be, political objections, but they're not objection from staff from melding the funding sources. But that doesn't create more funding. We're still going to have the difficult decisions. And so we would be seeking for some direction on whether or not to still pursue these outside agencies, because we're essentially, if you don't give us that direction now, we're going to have this painful conversation again when we talk about our $999 million budget. So, and as far as, government efficiency, I can't tell you how much staff time is spent on this very topic and dissecting it. So,
Right.
So the first responder reimbursement fees are a year in arrears. We would be asking for them for the next year. Do we have time to try to figure out some backfill and hopefully avoid having to pull that out of general fund or TOT? Now I'm going back to the service area side of stuff.
If we were to look at trying to use service, and first of all, we only have the ad valorem property tax in service area 7, so it only helps on the West Slope. I really don't know what would go into expanding services delivered through CSA 7. I believe it would go through LAFCO, and we'd have to have a lot of, it's not something we should do hastily because there could be unintended consequences of that. So I don't know that that's something that we would be able to do. And to be honest, we do have a new contract coming forward with the West Slope JPA. And as written, that will eat into the fund balance we have there. So, I mean, I don't want there to be an idea that there is extra revenue coming into CSA 7, because certainly if we're looking going forward, the expenses of delivering that service aren't currently offset fully by those revenues. As you mentioned, we are looking at increasing ambulance fees because we know they're low because of the subsidy, but even then it's still a pretty delicate balancing act to make sure that they're covering their revenues fully and not eating into that fund balance going forward.
Any more discussions? Right now, or you want to open it up to?
I think we've talked about, agencies. I think we need to, I'm going to open a door and talk about the entities that actually attract tourism to our county. And we can't forget that, and now I am, looking at a business from a business perspective. We need to invest money to make money, and we need to stimulate business and tourism in this county. Otherwise, the TOT is even going to drop more. And so I think we really need to consider the agencies that are doing that. The visitor center, welcome center, they're well-known, they're productive, and I think it's a small price to pay. I'm not, saying fund them wholly as they were last year, but keep them in existence so they can continue to promote El Dorado County.
And I agree with that, Greg, and I've been very supportive of that. It's always been, we've had plenty of money. And when we're getting down to the nitty gritty, which I don't like being in this position at all. And that's part of the reason why I ran back, because I saw things going in a direction I didn't agree with. And we need to be able to do the things that we have done in the past. But as I see it today, and again, we didn't have all the declining elements, sales tax, gas tax, TOT, the grants for roadway and infrastructure.
Yeah.
We've got some serious challenges.
Yeah.
Away from funding our employees that again, we have open contracts again that aren't in a good place. Let me just put it that way. So we're going to have to make some very tough priority decisions. I'm ready to put that out there here in a minute. But again, I'm going to be very cautious on anything I do for public safety until we have something else that works. Because public safety is number one on our strategic plan, and it's an element of our general plan. And without that, then we're jeopardizing the citizens that we currently have in this county, let alone the tourism that we are getting. And we've done an outstanding job promoting tourism and getting tourists here. Again, read the reports. They're overwhelmed. And we are a very attractive place to come to, with or without promotion. But they've done a great job in getting us to that promotion. So, Greg, I don't have that final answer other than these other issues that we're going to have to prioritize. I'd much rather be talking about the $990 million elephant in the room that I alluded to earlier, because that's where the big money's at. This is a very small amount, but staff needs direction today in case there's no other funding available to backfill any of this, which is what it's looking like to me. I'm seeing the writing on the wall, and who knows what the state's going to do next, given LA. So education is hurting big time. We've got declining enrollments across this county in all schools projected for the next 10 years. That's not a really vibrant economy for our area. We heard the same thing from Tahoe the other day, talking about prosperity and different things that, I'm not trying to be an alarmist, but it's reality. These are the facts. And the numbers right now aren't supporting any excess money. Like I said, if I knew there was other funds available, this would be easy, because funds 3, 4, 5 million. That's easy.
I think you're right. And I think with the state, the state situation is only going to get worse.
Yeah.
So I guess, are the four of you, are you kind of
I don't know.
thinking that we,
I've heard from
you know,
these
eliminate all the
as
outside.
well.
I mean, we need to kind of figure out a direction of what we're going. I mean, I'm sure we all have our,
Yeah, well,
our,
that can come up later with a motion, but
Okay, you want it to go to public?
Okay,
Yeah,
get the
let's-
public and then we'll bring
yeah,
it back
okay.
and
so
make a motion.
make it
I'm
a,
confused.
yeah, let's go to public comment.
Any motion or motion?
And now taking public comment
Yeah,
on
you're good,
item number 19, subsection 3. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
So I'll open up the boardroom to any public comments. Anybody want to come up and talk about item 3?
Let's arm wrestle. Come on.
Again, Laurel Bremp, I'm El Dorado County Chamber, El Dorado County Visitors Authority, and El Dorado County Film Commission. Again, we'll say that we have been partners for over 30 years in efforts to promote our economy through tourism and the Film Commission. I know these are difficult choices. I know that you have in Legistar that was submitted to you letters from industry experts speaking to the importance of continuing to market. When we talk to our businesses, as chamber members, as leaders in the community, we tell them the last thing you need to do in a downtime is quit marketing. You need to continue to market. We understand these are difficult choices. We understand we want to be a team player. We want to work with you. We want to continue to have these contracts. The only way these services are provided, is through these contracts for service. So just, that's just a fact. There's no implied threats. There can't be. This is the reality. If we don't have contracts for service, we don't have a visitors authority, and we don't have a film commission. Wanted to back up a little bit. The accountability issue is an insult, an absolute total insult. We are accountable. We do written reports. We do presentations to you every year. I don't know how many of you read those reports. We have proven ROI every year. The return on investment for your contracts for service are incredible and provable. They're written by industry standards. We don't pick those numbers out of the air like some people would like to believe. Sorry, I got a little tone because the accountability thing really ticks me off. The people that question the accountability have never been in this room to see a presentation. So, okay. The illegal VHRs, there is one way that we do help with that, and that's with our stay and play program. The stay and play program for tourism and for people that are rooming in hotels and B&Bs in the community. If they're not paying TOT, if they're not legitimately legal with our county, we turn them in to Karen so that she can go after them. I have a whole bunch of them running. I've never used my 3 minutes, and here I am using them. Okay, it's in your policy. If you're gonna if you're not gonna fund our effort, welcome services efforts, you're gonna have to change your policy yet again. So there's a whole lot more I would like to share, but I actually used up my 3 minutes, first time ever.
Thanks, Lauren.
Thank you.
Hello. I sure don't envy you guys. We're in a tough spot. We're all in a tough spot. Debbie Manning, President and CEO of El Dorado Hills Chamber of Commerce. I have so many remarks, but I'm going to reiterate 2 really important things. As Laurel shared, the first thing when the economy turns We tell the business community, you cannot stop marketing, you cannot stop advertising, you cannot stop promoting. If they do, if they choose to make that cut, they may not see it in 6 months. They may not see it in a year. They may not see it in 2 years, but they will see it. And by the time they see it, it's going to take them 3 to 4 to 5 years to bring it back. So again, I know the county is not a business, but I think the county should operate as a business. And we can take a hit. We can take a cut. But if you choose to do a clear cut, you lose the Welcome Center. It may go to Folsom, it may go to Rancho, it may go to Sacramento. You lose the DMO marketing for the county. And again, you may not see it next year, you may not see it 2 years from now, but you will see it. There are studies that have proven that. The other thing, and I have to echo again what Laurel said, is the accountability. It is actually insulting to hear, because we do reporting every year. For the Welcome Center, we've actually given money back. I believe it was 3 times because we came in under budget. And to hear people say that we're not accountable is truly insulting. I'm going to run out of time too. Economic impact in El Dorado County 2023 survey, El Dorado travel related spending. Anybody want to guess what that is? No guesses? Oh, you guys can't talk to me, can you? It's 1.1 billion. 1.1 billion. El Dorado state and local tax revenue, 117.7 million. Again, this ties back to the marketing and the promotion of this county. Visitors will still come, but they're not going to come like they're coming now. So again, in summary, the California Welcome Center, the Visitors Bureau, the film, they are crucial for a thriving economy in our county. Supporting our local businesses, creating much needed jobs, enhanced community engagement, all of which contribute positively to our local economy. I hope you will not cut us completely, but we can.
Thank you, Debbie.
We can. Thank you.
Thanks, Deb.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair Turnbull, Terry Lamanchek, Director of Arts and Culture, El Dorado. You guys all know me pretty well over the years, and Supervisor Ferrero, I'm looking forward to sitting down with you and telling you more about what we do. And I know that today isn't for deciding which of the agencies listed. It's the sort of either or, as I understand it. But it's certainly the case. And Supervisor Ferrero, I appreciated what you said about the reasons that people come to visit a county. For us, recreation, of course, but people come for cultural experiences too. And the work that we do benefits our visitors and our residents. Just ask Emma's niece, who was so excited to participate in our poetry program this year. But I just wanted to remind you that every dollar that comes to Arts and Culture El Dorado from the county is matched dollar for dollar, or even sometimes 2 on the dollar, by outside grant funding that we receive. Most of our budget is based on outside grants. And so that is really an investment in our county and bringing outside tax dollars back home. So I just wanted to remind you of that. And I look forward to seeing you in April. Thank you. And I know these are tough decisions. We all appreciate that. And thank you for what you're doing on behalf of the county.
Thank you, Terry. Anybody in the boardroom like to speak on this?
Good morning. Chad Steven with Lake Valley Fire Chief in South Lake Tahoe. Appreciate your input, Supervisor. Helpful. Just want to thank you for previous awards to requests for assistance. It's really made a big difference. and how we operate and, you know, meeting our mission, basically providing the highest level of fire and EMS delivery. With the tourism impact, I mean, it takes away from that. With the previous awards, I mean, it's allowed us to improve our services, add new resources to the fleet and respond to these calls. So it's been huge for us in a turn, you know, to meet our mission. You know, with your continued support, we can maintain this level of service. We wouldn't be able to keep the staff that we have currently to run these calls. We struggle with some revenue. You know, we only get one revenue stream, so we struggle with that. We run backcountry calls, ski resort calls. There's no revenue to that. Speaking to first responder fees, we tried to tap that. It's $467 a call with a 30% recovery rate on it. So there's not a lot of money. We disclose that in our request to you all, just to be transparent. But with your continued support, we can keep our staff out there handling the calls and reducing the impact to the residents. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Tim Cordero, Fire Chief, El Dorado County Fire, and I appreciate the dialogue and the support that we've received from the Board of Supervisors on the TOT funding over the last 4 years, 5 years, that this has been an item that's been brought forward for us. From my own personal perspective, you know, had some conversations with CAO staff in 2020 when I came into office and talking about these type of calls, the impacts, and really the impact to our agency, but to our taxpayers, because our taxpayers, our constituents, they're the ones that really shoulder the cost of operating these. And to Supervisor Farrow, to your comment about, hey, you know, we are fully funded. That is true, but what the impact to our taxpayers is, for example, if Engine 17 responds to a call at Ice House Campground, that's about a 25-mile response for them, 50-mile round trip. Fire engines get about 3.5, 4 miles a gallon on diesel. If Engine 17 goes up to Pollock Pines, we move an engine from Placerville up to Pollock Pines to backfill that, an engine from Shingle into Placerville to backfill, so we have coverage. So all of those costs for that tourism call are shouldered by the residents that live in our county. So looking for that offset to so that our residents don't bear that cost. It is a critical funding piece for us. With everything going on, I would hate to have to go back and make those decisions like what you guys are looking at right now. Where do we cut things out of our budget to capture that loss of revenue? Because one option that we don't have is to screen a 911 call and say, well, where do you live? What are you doing? And make a decision on whether or not we're going to respond. Our crews, when they get the call, they respond. They don't care who the resident is or if they're not a resident or what that call is. We're going to send every asset that we have to mitigate the incident that's at hand. And that takes a big partnership across the county. So hopefully, you know, I know this is tough budget times and there are cuts, but hopefully the response that we provide and the service we provide to the people that visit our county and live in our county is not impacted by any of these cuts. So appreciate your time, appreciate the dialogue. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Jim. Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak on this item? Let's go to Zoom first.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from iPhone.
Still good morning. Sorry, I'm on my cell phone. That's why it just says iPhone. Kelly Nellavia, El Dorado Hills. 2 weeks ago, I had a contract canceled because they were reviewing the budget and realized that the particular product that I do is beautiful. It adds warmth and scenic beauty and all those things. But in the end, it was public money and it didn't make sense. And so I do want to say to the chamber members who are very forceful with their language on being offended about accountability, I'm offended that you're offended by that, because citizens are, again, just now engaging, and that's a good thing. They're just waking up. there's a group of us who have always had our little nose in the county public system and what's going on. But these insignificant things, though they may be, are significant to us. You know, $20,000 for a party and some fitness instructors make us extraordinarily irritated. So I do want to say one thing, that in zero circumstance, if cuts have to be made, we cannot reduce safety and emergency responses and all of that for citizens. I don't know if there is a methodology when somebody needs rescuing, if they can be assessed a rescue fee on their car insurance or some kind of way to recoup, especially if it's because they made a choice, maybe to go off slope, maybe to go back roads, maybe to hike at a time where the weather forecast was bad. I mean, I do believe in responsibility of our choices, but I also support that, you know, we want to help people when they need help. I don't know if that's a way to get some kind of return on the costs that it takes to make one of these calls. But, you know, again, I'm just going to say it because all of you have said it many times. $1 billion. $1 billion for a community whose last census was 192,000 citizens. I'm assuming that includes children and everything. The fact that we are so broke is more proof that we have to do the accountability. So I'm sorry if that word's offensive. I love a good balanced spreadsheet and I look forward to seeing them and I look forward to supporting what's on them. But no, we cannot support right now if it's taken away from our safety. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
So I have a suggestion. The TOT was heads and beds, taxing hotels and to cover tourism. And I think there were some promises that we're going to give funding to the veterans. And so I would cover the things that Tahoe, like Brooke says, is bringing in most of the funding. I always question why they were getting less than other people that did not put into that system. And so I think Tahoe should have more funding to deal with the impact of that large influx of tourism and maybe even find ways to reduce some of that so they're not so impacted. But I think once you collect from all of these entities that are providing the tourism, the actual physical activities of it, you then gather the money and then use the funds first to pay for fire, safety, police, road infrastructure. The Highway 50, I come down from Camino, it's got craters all the way down the middle of it. Maybe you can get Caltrans on that, or if they won't pay for it, we need to get that fixed. So I think, I know I offended the chambers, but I have been to their presentations. They're pretty much the same. And they're businesses. The county's already giving them pretty much a free building to sit in, which they can continue to do so. But I don't know why, when they have so many members that are paying for their organization, that the county should also be paying for their activity, what they do for those members. And the Welcome Center, I'll tell you, I was in the meeting when they asked the county to support them to be able to get the Welcome Center. They had free rent and they charged the vendors that supply information in their location. And they promised that they would never ask for public funds. I literally was there and wrote that down. And so far we've given them, just in this chart, $662,000. So I really think you need to do the tough thing. And, I'm always good at burning bridges of my own interest. We have a lot of small venues throughout the county that do produce quite a bit of tourism. And you could continue to give each of those small groups $20,000, and that would be huge, and it wouldn't mean anything from you. And it's interesting that you this county uses tourism to draw people here, but then you don't financially support those that actually provide that tourism. And I think you need to reboot the way this has been done for the last many decades, or I'd be happy to lobby to kill the TOT tax, because I don't think it's going to where it was primarily intended. If the voters knew, they would be frustrated. So thank you for your time.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hi, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So first I will say that I believe it's most important to maintain our emergency services. So I think that the support for fire and the sheriff's office is most critical on the list. In regards to some of the things about the chamber, they are funded through businesses. They also have the ability to do fundraisers and get community support that way. I understand about the challenging times, and lots of times businesses will drop their marketing. Maybe in order to support local business, the county can reduce some of the fees that they have to pay to operate, and that will open up funds for them to be able to continue marketing. Finally, government administration is not an industry. Government produces no revenue. You use our money. So I understand the hard idea of potentially reducing headcount, but private businesses do that all the time when they don't bring revenue. And I'm not sure I understand the hesitation. I understand it's people's livelihoods. However, they're impacted right now because you guys can't come up with a new contract for them. So there's already issues. So there are obviously reduction of headcount there. You have the ability to streamline procedures for efficiency. You also have the ability to train our current staff for the required expertise that they need to do their jobs, and potentially reduce consultant contracts from the outside, which we see regularly is a huge expense. So that's what I have for you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Yes, good morning. I have a lot to say on this topic as well. I think you guys have heard me many, many times. I really try to come here with a humble heart and really good intentions. And I'm sorry, I am just blown away that public officials, as public officials, we don't want to discuss things. Okay, so here's some of my discussions. As a state engineer who was oversighting some of the tourism items up in Lake Tahoe, I've been in many of these meetings. I've sat through many of them. And Chamber, please listen to this, because we'd go up there and there was large, I'd be sent up there to figure this out. And with the county, I'd sit with the county and we'd try to figure this out. Well, the entities that wanted to come in and wanted El Dorado County and the state to pay for everything, we didn't have that. We didn't have the resources to gift public funds to a private entity, nor was that allowed by law. So this idea of the state and county going up there and producing the traffic control for private venues that shut down highways, state highways, and county roads, asking for resources for emergency vehicles that shut down highways and private roads. I mean, how do we do that? How do we do that? Tell one special interest, yeah, we're going to gift you this public funds for free, and other entities? So yeah, big problem there. Chamber of Commerce, I know we're going through this quickly, but Debbie, you said a lot of good things there, Debbie Manning, but they're all buzzwords. I get nothing behind there of how you're funding them. You're coming with problems, but no solutions. As an engineer, I'm not a business person, I'm an engineer. I come with problems and solutions, and that's what I want to discuss. Government is not a private business, and we have to reduce. And Supervisor Veerkamp, I agree with you more than ever, public safety, but we're not showing public safety when we're stuffing all this growth into our county without providing even minimal roadway capacities, no shoulders for emergency vehicles to get by, no adequate turnarounds. We get the developers coming in and requesting reduction of road width, reduction of turnarounds, reduction, and we give it away. I am tired of seeing the county public entities give away. Why?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tahoe Chamber.
Good morning. This is Christy Cregan. I am the CEO of the Lake Tahoe South Shore Chamber of Commerce, commonly called the Tahoe Chamber, and I'm speaking on the Chamber's behalf today. As a former city council member here in South Lake Tahoe, I have sat where you are sitting, and I really appreciate the seriousness of this budget discussion and the hard choices that you have to make. And I also really respect the need for transparency with the public. This is public money that you're talking about. So just want to acknowledge that. I want to thank the county for its continued investment in the Chamber's economic development work here in the basin. And I think that these agreements that the county has with chambers and other, you call them, let's see, outside agencies, the other community partners that you have, really leverages the county's dollars for economic development and tourism to meet the county's goals. And that is what our organizations are doing. And particularly here on the East Slope, our chamber away from the county seat, we are an integral part of supporting Tahoe's business community to raise the TOT that, to generate the TOT for our whole county. And so I really appreciated Supervisor Ferraro's point about you have to spend money to make money. And that is what our chambers and these other outside organizations really bring to the partnership with the county, is helping to generate this TOT that we're talking about today. I really look forward to presenting the funding agreement report later this spring to demonstrate how the chambers are helping the county meet these goals. So thanks so much for letting me comment today.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hi, everybody. So I know everybody likes statistics. So this was from a meeting, I want to say it was in 2021. And this was the Tahoe Prosperity Center. Now listen to these statistics. And you tell me if the Chamber of Commerce actually supports small businesses. In 2007, 42% of the economy in Tahoe was tourism dependent. $1.98 billion came from tourism. Local serving businesses brought in $1.5 billion. And there's health and wellness, environmental, right? Go down to 2017. Now, 62%, 20% more of the economy is dependent on tourism. You can see that by not being able to find a parking spot anywhere at any campground, any time of the year, even just a day camp, day spot, right? Tourism, 62% up, dependent on tourism. This is from Tahoe Prosperity Center, $3.2 billion. Local serving businesses, $200 million. In 10 years, local serving businesses went from 1.5 billion to 200 million 10 years later. The Chamber of Commerce has completely destroyed the small businessman. $300 a year to be part of the Chamber of Commerce. I know tons of small business members. Their money is better spending $300 on a social media campaign on Facebook per year than giving the Chamber of Commerce $300, when you can see from the Tahoe Prosperity's own statistics that they have destroyed the local businesses, and therefore why people have left in droves. And now people want to complain that there's no housing. Well, you know what? It all goes hand in hand. And Brooke, your predecessor, your mentor, Sue, she encouraged these people to come from the Bay Area who could work from home, and they took over the few housing that is left, and you push the small businesses and the families off the hill. It is 100% the Chamber of Commerce fault. I say abolish the Chamber of Commerce. They do nothing but market for themselves and for the developers. If they want money, go get the developers money. Goodbye.
Thanks, Mandy.
There's no additional public comment.
So I'll bring it back to the board for future discussion. More discussion.
Yeah. I really think that we need to, we've been telling everybody, I know I have personally said at the last several year budget meetings that we kind of saw that things were going to get tight. We've been telling everybody that. I know that for a fact. And so we're here now. We need to tighten our belts. We need to get back to our county core services. Businesses, I think, do an excellent job of marketing themselves right now. The world is different. And I think we need to look at how we promote ourselves also and shake things up. And this is a good time to do it. So I like the idea of putting the TOT into the budget. So we don't have a general fund. So we don't have to do this every year. It is exhausting. It's divisive and it's not helping us move forward as a county. So if we were going to go in that direction, honestly, I think option number one starts us in that direction of just putting the TOT, DTOT into the general fund. Because then we're just looking at our county operations.
Okay. Any other comments? Greg?
I guess I kind of like to go back and maybe analyze, you know, and probably not today, but for April is look at the departments and the programs that are on the TOT, the county programs, and see if they fit in TOT. If we decide to allocate the money from TOT into the general fund, it's a moot issue, right? But if we don't do that, then I think we need to look at things that don't apply to, don't have any relevance with transient occupant taxes. Regarding the chambers, I just I reiterate my point. I think we need to spend money to make money. There's the chambers and the welcome centers are two different entities. And I'll just give you an example. Kevin Nagel, who owns Town Center, charges rent for the welcome center. I don't know about the chamber, but they charge rent for the welcome center. Gives them a discounted rate. Why? Because there's signs all over the freeway pointing to where the welcome center is, and they're advertised. And when those people go to the welcome center in Town Center, they're spending money in the Town Center. They're spending money at restaurants. They're going to Target, and they're generating revenue. They're generating revenue that's coming back to us. And Kevin's a pretty shrewd businessman. I don't think he's given Debbie a discounted rate because he, loves her, but I think he's doing it for business purposes. And someone said on the comments, but we need to make this county run it more like a business and be more efficient. And I want to just point out one more thing, with my comments and questions to the fire department. I ran on public safety, so to ask those questions was hard to me. So just wanted you to know that. But I do support the fire departments.
Any other comments from any other board members?
George, maybe just clarifying for Tiffany and Sue. So when we look at slide, hang on a second. Sure, the right one. 10 of 16. That's not truly discretionary TOT money. That's general fund money to support all those
No, that's discretionary TOT.
What, okay. 50 total.
Which is kind of why. it
So if
makes
you add
sense
all,
to
if you add
throw
all
it
those
in,
up,
yeah.
then obviously then going forward with the decline in TOT, it's only gonna go so far is what you're saying.
Mhm. Yeah, just for county operations that are
Yeah.
funded with discretionary TOT, it's 7.5 million. And we're projecting 7 million in revenue.
So we're still gonna be around
We're short
$500,000 short. Yeah.
Correct.
We're still gonna have to come up with $500,000
Somewhere.
somewhere to cut, even if we went all in on just option one, no outside funding.
That's why I say it's a really tough decision. It really is.
Well, if you look at the budget policy priorities, Brooke, which you outlined, and then you go down the list, it sort of helps to prioritize some of those things, right? Based on the policy that we have currently. You're talking about VHR work. So again, slide 16. Planning Economic Development Division, Planning VHR Branch Code Enforcement, Planning HCED Housing Contribution, VHRs and Tahoe Deputy Director Senior Planner time. So those all appear to me to be related to VHR stuff and planning and so forth related to those. CSA 3 Tahoe Basin Ambulance Service, that's probably a direct result, and they're not flush with money. They never have been. The TOT administration collection costs. That's us.
That's us.
That's us. DOT CSA 3 rentals, that's probably for snowplow housing and so forth. DOT snow removal equipment, DOT bike path snow removal. Apache project, is that?
That's a ongoing project and.
Yeah,
it's been
so
funded.
given that this is
We don't
for the 24-25 budget, those two projects are currently funded in this budget year.
They'll
So
be
that's
out.
just about 2 million. The board has been using the discretionary TOT
do that.
contribution to DOT projects in the basin
Okay.
to help meet the board budget policy on DOT
Lack of it.
maintenance contribution of
Revenue.
$5 million.
Okay, and that's the same for the Fallen Leaf Lake.
So those would
Road,
transfer into some other, yeah.
Sheriff Aviation Search and Rescue, again, to me, that's public safety. Tahoe Transportation, JPA Legal Services. What exactly is that?
That is the newly formed partnership between the city of South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County for transit. Yes, and those we paid a lawyer who specializes in joint power authorities to help us put that together. That has been formed. We are projecting $54,000 that for the 25-26 year to help pay for the operational costs of that JPA, which are coming in around 150,000. The city pays 2/3 of that. The county pays 1/3.
So Tiff, then what I'm hearing you say, there's a few of those that will fall out because this is the last year of funding for them. So that thus reduces next year's costs. But you're only projecting so much. So even with those falling out, we're still short the amount. Okay, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to get.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There's lots of items here. It's
Well,
not like just
just-
cut 6 of them.
I do just want to point out one thing on the transit JPA. So as Supervisor Lane mentioned, the startup costs will be due in the end of May, the 54,000. That does not include the budget for the 25-26 fiscal year that the JPA will adopt at some point as well too. So that's a potential additional ask that the board will have, whether it's general fund or whether it's DTOT. But I just want to be clear that that's not, that 54,000 is not the total expected cost for that GPA.
And do we have $54,000 in this budget, 24, 25? Because you said by the end of May, so that's still our fiscal year.
Right. So that has to come back to the board for action. The potential, if it's determined there is a nexus with DTOT, we do have the DTOT special project designation, which has been dwindling. So that would potentially be where we would recommend pulling that 54,000.
And then we would be asking for a separate allotment for the 25-26 fiscal year for the JPA.
Right, once they adopt their budget.
Okay, got it.
And then veterans was after that on.
Yeah, the
list.
Veterans
Yeah.
House commissions, they're all on the list there. That's been a priority that's.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Agreed
we did
upon.
well with that.
Right. Hang on, I'm still just trying to piece all
That's
this
the
together.
question I got to ask. Are
Yep,
they still
go
getting, the veterans still getting money from Measure H that was passed? You know?
Well, Measure H was the 10% TOT. And so
Oh, okay.
their allocation, it's just been carried forward. That's the history of why they are on this list.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to clarify that. That's all. Okay.
Which is kind of another reason it'd be smart to put this money into general fund. So we're not looking at all these things so individually.
Yeah.
Kind of leaning that way. Can I get, what's the connection to the TOT with the design review programs, the community planning and the contract community design standards? What's the
I can speak on that a little bit, and Karen could probably add more. I think the original intent was that if you have design standards in place, and I know this is a point of contention among some community members, that actually streamlines the process. So say you have a commercial project coming forward, if it meets the design standards that the board has put in place, then there's the chance that commercial project could go forward as just a building permit instead of, say, a conditional use permit, which costs time, money, and process. So
Okay. No, thank you.
it's helping with the economic development in that manner.
Yeah.
but maybe should that be in a housing or a building budget item as opposed to TOT?
It is, but that's a general fund cost still within that department. So that's some of these things on this list. And I think to your earlier point of whether there's a nexus, they have all been solicited from departments. Last year, when we changed it to prioritize county departments, we put it out to everybody and said, what are your impacts from tourism? Let us know. So that's how these items were submitted. They were reviewed. So staff and board at that time did agree that there was the nexus with the policy.
But that was when we had money, right?
Well, and the idea was to help offset general fund costs where we are spending other just discretionary general fund money on impacts of tourism or attracting business, things like that, putting the TOT toward those.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Can Fallen Leaf Lake, can we split that into 2 years at 1.7 million? I mean, can we look at something? I saw Raphael, he's gone.
Raphael left, but so I believe a lot of that has been done, but in theory, as our CAO mentioned, it really is part of the contribution. So the board policy is that we're going to contribute discretionary funds to road maintenance. And so that is part of that $5 million annually that we commit to road maintenance. So whether it's that project or something else, you still have to look at your other board policy of that 5 million and where that money is coming from, or decide to not meet that $5 million goal in that year. That's an option too.
Right, so potentially when Raphael submits his budget, it could have projects in there that we're trying to attain and there's no funding. That's where that came from.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion from the board?
Well, I already shared where I think we should go, so I'm kind of looking to see what everybody else thinks.
But, okay, so option one guts all of it.
The stuff on the screen, basically, the county operations is what we would be looking to fund in the next cycle.
Okay.
And everything else
Okay.
is
I
outside.
just wanna-
And, again, I mean, I know I have made comments over and over and over every year that we've done the outside agency funding. Cautionary statement saying we cannot keep doing this. I think we all saw the writing on the wall that our budgets were going to be tightening. And so, and it was hard to say, but we had to.
Yeah.
And so we're here now. And honestly, I don't think anybody should be surprised.
It's like I said, I mean, we've reached out to our department heads to cut their budgets too, because the funding is going to be really hard this year.
Yeah.
So this is what we're doing here too. Same thing.
And our policy says to prioritize county operations, which are on the
Right.
screen right
Right.
now.
All right.
So, my only concern is the cold turkey. I mean, I do think this has gotten out of control. And I do think that the things that we're talking about, not bifurcating the discretionary TOT, but treating it like any other tax in the county where it goes into the general fund, and then our county administration provides us with recommendations on how that should be allocated. And I think that that's the right way to get there. But to just, I'm not sure that just cutting people off right out of the gate is the way to go. I've always objected to the economic development division coming out, the whole division coming out of discretionary TOT. I've never seen the nexus for District 5 necessarily. That has never had an effect on us, and yet the whole amount comes out of here. So I'm looking at it like maybe we should give direction to staff to cut, a few different things, but have maybe a 2-year reduced weaning off period. I don't know how to say that any differently or any better, and I don't even know that I have support for that, but I would think that would be my recommendation on how to view this.
Are you talking about outside agencies or? the
I'm
county
talking
stuff?
about both.
Both,
Both.
everything.
Everything. Yeah, like I think the Planning and Economic Development Division, that whole budget coming out of DTOT is wrong. I think maybe, that could be cut in half. We could definitely take the $2 million that went into road projects and look at reducing that a little bit, maybe to like 1.5. Doing some other things and then taking the outside agencies, and maybe if we did it over a 2-year period, maybe reducing those budgets by a certain percentage, and then another certain percentage the second year, and then eliminating them maybe in the third year. It seems like a softer landing spot for me. So I just throw it out there as
the biggest part,
an idea.
problem I have is even if we fund this in item 1, we're still going to be $500,000 short.
Right.
So where are we going to come up with the money out of the
Well, out of
general
that
fund?
$7.5 million, there's $1 million for econ dev,
Uh-huh.
and there's another $2 million for road projects. I just suggested that maybe we reduce the road projects to 1.5, so there's a $500,000 savings, and we reduce economic development by 500,000. So you've just saved $1 million off that 7.4, right? So now we're down to 6.4. And then you look at the outside agencies and some kind of reductions that allow them to plan.
Wish Raphael was here to talk about that.
Well, I mean, I know, yeah, cutting roads is exactly the opposite of what we should be doing,
Well,
but we're
yeah.
in a bind.
No,
right
that's the
now.
biggest, that's the most intended use for these funds.
Right, one of
So
the most.
In all my arguments, I wasn't suggesting cutting road, but
Especially when
if
it
there's
comes to-
room to
I mean,
back a little.
we're
Yeah,
already beat
just
up
a little.
enough, especially on our roads anyway. I mean,
And the
we
road-
hear it from the public.
The road funding is not there,
Right.
and it's not,
Well,
coming from SACOG this week,
Right.
it's not looking any better because
No.
the state's priorities are not on roads.
Correct.
They're on
No,
transit.
they're not.
They're multimodal, blah, blah, blah. And until that changes, there's just not going to be the funding for it.
Right.
So we're going to face that continuously to try to keep up with what infrastructure that we currently have.
And not to add an additional element of dismay, but in my conversation with Raphael last week, SB1 funds, which were intended to kind of close the gap, that growth is also declining.
Yeah.
So it's the, yeah.
Well, and that's why I don't think that us whittling this down at the board level is the best idea, but maybe just giving some direction as to maybe how administrative can look at this and bring us back something that we can support that just doesn't go cold turkey is my approach.
Well, they already gave us what, 3 options or 2 options?
Well, one's cold turkey and one's.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
and, in the past, to your point about Econ Dev, there had been talk about bringing the Visitors Authority in-house so that we actually had the authority and the, for lack of a better word, I think it's in snack time here, but authority, you know, and control over what is and isn't in that. The Film Commission, there's been questions about, do we get permit money for film and film locations? And I don't think that's ever been fully explored. So though bringing it in-house, I think would give us more control over those. So it wouldn't be so much that we wouldn't have those anymore. It's more about who does them. The chamber is still going to be the chamber. They still are there. So it's more about the Visitors Authority and the Film Commission, the Welcome Center, you know, who's running those, who's paying for them kind of thing. So we could bring those in as part of that Econ Dev and not go to outside agencies so much. It's a thought, something to explore. And again, if we just take DTOT and pull it into general fund, and then we'll have these bigger budget discussions that make more sense and are holistic. I really like that idea.
The biggest thing is, it's a tough decision today. And the biggest thing, what do? We look at this thing and then 2 more years down the road or another year, we don't even have less TOT tax comes into our county. Then what do we do? Especially when we're talking about funding all these different projects. So we got to look at the big picture, and it's like everything else. You got to tighten your belt. You really do when it comes to things like this. Especially, I don't want to end up laying anybody off, especially in this county when it comes to our county employees. I don't want to go what happened in 2008 either. So we need to address this today and get it done. We don't need to put it out and then come back, because then we're going to be starting all over again. So I don't
And
know
an
how the
additional
other-
piece of information there, a lot of your departments, as we've been discussing with them to come in at the 0 growth budget, the way they are meeting that 0 growth budget is, some of them, is through either holding positions vacant or deleting vacant positions. And again, looking at professional services. So those cuts will ultimately have an impact on services. So it's just, those conversations are already being had.
Thank you for that, Tiffany.
So Supervisor Parlin, when you're talking about the Film Commission and so forth, if we bring it in-house, that means we're going to do it. So we're going to have to commit funds to it. I'm not sure county government, state government, city governments, any better than a nonprofit running it. So, and believe me, Kathleen Dodge has done a hell of a job countywide in promoting Film Commission. So I'm really torn on that one there, and her ability to reach out and make those contacts and so on. So
yeah.
But again, I think we've asked for many years, why aren't we collecting permits for film? You know, if it's county costs, which we ask for other departments to have a, you know,
Permit
0
fee.
net county costs, and there's been no appetite for that, which never understood. So again, you know, we need to stop giving our county away for free. We do it all the time.
I agree.
that needs to
Unfortunately,
stop.
nobody's worked on putting those pieces in place. And that, you know, that's the direction we gave in item 1, revenue. But it's not in place.
Yeah.
And again, given what we're up against today, as I see the factual situation, short of, Norma used to call it the money tree. It's not there. And so we need to make decision today to direct, to move forward. And as the budget gets developed, maybe there's some saving grace somewhere. I don't know. But as we see it today, and I'm all about, you got to spend money to make money, but we've been doing that. We've done it. And I've read again, time and time again, the impacts to some of our tourist area. I represent Apple Hill. The impacts to the residents up there are severe.
Yeah.
And yet we can't fix infrastructure. We can't do this and we can't do that. We're leaning on the Mosquito Bridge project to fix a couple of the roads leading it from the heavy truck traffic. But really a lot of the impact is on the vehicles that are coming in during the tourism season. So there's just things that we've got to readdress and fix. And again, given the facts today and my time in representing this board prior, other things that I've sat on, it doesn't set well with me at all to have to say this, but I think the outside agency development, short promotion, short of our public safety element, needs to be taken off the table today unless we can come up with something as we develop the continued budget, just so that message is sent and we can make other options. And I don't like doing it cold turkey either, but the writing has been on the wall.
It has.
If you're paying attention to the county budget, it's been on the wall in the last three years.
And being on the budget ad hoc committee like Brian and I are on, but I was also with Brooke, and it's scary is what's going on right now.
And that, you know, if we keep the public safety side funded, that gives Lake Valley quite a share because of the biggest impact. Sort of at least trying to allude towards where the impact is occurred and where the money's created. But, you know, short of that, I too agreed that putting it in the general fund pot, and then we use our budget policies to divvy it up on an annual basis.
So is that a motion, or?
Kim, if you can capture that, I guess that's a motion. I really have difficulty in doing that, but as I see it today, representing the 32,000 people of my district and the ones that continue to elect me, and given all the comments I hear, and I'm everywhere, that's just something that's going to have to occur for now until we can get it figured out.
There's Raphael.
I don't like being in a position that we're.
So if it would help at all, we can pull the spreadsheet back up on the screen, because Supervisor Veerkamp, if I was understanding where you were going with that, is we would need to know where you would like to allocate the funds that would be shifting away from those outside agencies. Would those go back up to county departments, or would they go back to fire agencies?
Right.
We would want that direction.
Yep. Okay. Raphael, can you come up, please? I just wanted a clarification because Brooke brought up a good point.
Okay.
When you're talking about DOT, especially Fallen Leaf Lake.
Okay.
You $1,700. Okay,
1.7.
Yeah, 1.7 million, not 17. Not anyway, anyway, can you clarify that? Because she said, can that be reduced or not reduced? Can you tell me, or is it actually, it's actually to maintain it is even more than just the funds that you're even asking?
So
Can we spread it over 2 years?
Yeah, well, yeah.
So to speak.
But wait a second.
Yeah.
There's $1.7 million that was already allocated to Fallen Leaf. The money has already been secured. It's off the table. There's another $250,000 that went towards the Apache project.
Yes.
Funded, project is in process, off the table.
Right.
But what it represents is about $2 million
For
that we, according to our board policies, that we put towards road maintenance.
Yes.
And we try to get to 5 million.
Correct.
right? Right.
Yes.
So that 2 million goes towards road maintenance credits for board policies. And what I was suggesting, I hate actually repeating it twice because I think my constituents will already be wanting my neck, but could we reduce that a little bit? But we're trying to make the discretionary TOT budget balance.
And by the way, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. Well, we can spread it out. We can work with the CEO's office and the board in terms of the amount. But what we would not want to do is to deny it, because what we are doing is we are leveraging money. This is funding that we are using as matching funds for federal funds, for Forest Service money that we would not be getting unless we had this leverage money. So similar to the SMUD funds that we utilize for leverage every year, it's making our money, it's compounding it. It's making our money work for us. And so we hate for it to be completely removed from the budget. It's as long as we can, and we're not starting the project next year. We're looking at maybe in 27.
Well, and we're not talking about the fallen leaf funds specifically.
Okay.
We're talking about a general policy that we allocate monies towards road maintenance in every year out of discretionary TOT.
Yes.
And that 2 million that we showed how we spent it in the 24-25 budget, we're now talking about the 25-26 budget. And we're saying, should we still allocate $2 million towards any road maintenance projects that helps us fulfill our budget policy?
Right. And
maybe I'm not explaining well, Lori.
No, you are.
yeah.
It's for future budgets. And what
Right.
Raphael's saying is without that being physically there, he then can't leverage it. Can we dedicate a part of contingency to have as leverage money? Because if it's not going anywhere and it's used just to bring in money, but you got to match probably some of these things. So you do have to have it available. I don't know. Infrastructure is huge and it's failing, and all these other taxes and
there's so little grants nowadays that when we do get a grant like this, for us to lose it, for us not to utilize those opportunities because they are so few and far between, it would be detrimental to the long range aspects of our infrastructure, maintaining it. So, but now, if your question to me, Supervisor Lane, is that do we want to add additional?
I didn't say that.
Okay. All right. Because to me, that's not the need. It's just the current
secured
current funds. That is our only need right now. Once again, it's grant funding that we'll probably never get again.
Right.
But I think the question is though, we're looking at the allocations. Can you put that back up? The one slide 10 or with our,
it's got all of them
that
on
you're
there.
looking, yes, it's slide 10 because that's the one that has, that's the 24-25. We've already allocated it. You're already using it.
Yeah.
I think Supervisor Lane's trying to say, we haven't allocated 25-26 for DOT projects,
Okay.
right? That's still up in the air.
Yes.
You haven't even had a chance to ask.
We
for it
have
yet.
not.
So you're right. There's like, this is for this. Were you planning on for these projects asking for more for 25-26, or did this take care of it?
Is this
No.
DT?
Fallen
DTOT?
Leaf's not fully funded.
It's not fully, no, but.
So there
but-
would be
are we talking
DTOT
about-
only.
DDOT, right? Okay.
Okay.
So
So
there
we'll do
are,
another ask.
there are certain for 25-26, there are certain requests that the Department of Transportation has been asking for year over year. And that is for leasing of equipment, graders, for attachments that we utilize for our snow removal services up in the basin, that is efficient and effective. And that if we don't get this funding, we currently do not have the equipment in
I think
our.
that's the rentals. up there,
Those, and
right?
yeah, so those are there are certain aspects up there, and unfortunately I can't see the
Sir,
writing
okay.
very well, but
Right.
but I do know that there are certain rentals and there are certain snow removal aspects that if we did not receive that portion of it,
Right.
is makes me nervous if we weren't
Yeah.
having. But now the portions that are going to special projects,
Right.
like now those, yes, there's discretion there.
Okay.
So special projects are discretionary moving forward. Yes.
And for 25, 26, we don't even know what you
No.
may
No.
or may
Yes,
not
I
be
don't.
asking.
Yeah, just
Right.
drive around the county.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's a lot of money freed up there, quite honestly.
Well, so the county
Yeah.
operations slide 10 is
Yeah.
off the table. Direction, at least under my motion, was figure on funding that in preparing the next budget, right? You understand?
I thought where you were going with that was,
Okay.
fund the county operations, but potentially also fund
Prepare
the
to
fire
fund
districts.
the county operations. Because that's what you want is direction. So
We do.
we're giving you direction, to prepare the next budget with those in mind.
Okay, so if we have 7.5 million in county operations and we only have 7 million next year, where would you like us to prioritize the reduction of the $500,000?
Now you see where I was getting at. with
Yeah.
the road fund.
As I mentioned before, we do have the spreadsheet that we kind of thought about trying to apply what we've understood as the board's priorities for some of those operations. And it includes, like keeping the code enforcement whole, keeping the sheriff's operations whole, as a starting point. But we can pull that up and your board can provide input on those line items to how to make up that gap. That would be really helpful.
Right.
Well, it takes me back to Econ Dev again.
Yeah.
At the very top, it's $1 million expense out of discretionary TOT that does not make sense to me. Does the county have another thought or another plan on that? What they would choose to do or not do? But I can't believe that we fund an entire department out of discretionary TOT.
Well, and again, if we just put it TOT into the general fund, then it would be the question of how big do we want our econ dev department? So, try to forget that it's coming out of DTOT. That's just the funding mechanism at the time,
I totally agree, but today it's not.
Well,
but I would like it to be. In the
I think
future.
we need to, I think that's where it sounds to me this discussion is headed, is to stop making the DTOT out there and special and a nightmare and a headache for all of us, and just put it into the general fund like all our other revenue sources, and then start talking about the county operations in our budget. It would just make our lives, I think, better.
Yeah.
So Sue, then my motion would include looking at or removing planning, community planning and planning economic development division, at least cutting it in half. You said 500,000, correct? Roughly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so on your screen, in the option 1 column, so column C there is where we would need to come up with that $500,000. So if you were to take planning and economic development down to $500,000, that would close your gap.
Right. And you already have it in option 2 anyway, so.
I also heard 2 other proposals, so I was furiously kind of trying to capture those in case you guys decided to go that way. So I heard from District 3, still considering the outside agency impacts from the fire districts, but not the promotion is what I heard, but I wasn't entirely certain on that. And to balance that, I just lowered econ dev by half, and then transportation would only have 1.2 million for those special projects.
Okay.
And then from District 5, I heard a 2-year step down. So I thought maybe half the amount this year for the outside agencies, and then we cut it in half again. And that would be 400,000 for promotion, 400,000 for impacts. And then to balance it, as you mentioned, cutting econ dev in half, and then and then reducing the road projects, so they'd be down to 1.2 as well.
How do you get, oh, I see how you did that. Okay.
So option one is the only one that leaves our roads full.
Unless the board wants to cut other
Yeah,
things
yeah,
in
yeah,
county
yeah.
operations. And I put the 400,000 for Fawn Leaf because early conversations, I heard that's what we need to complete the Fawn Leaf Lake project, but that could change before April.
Yeah, so, I'm just confused in my head, but I think I understand.
So it's a modified option one, Emma, is that, and Sue, is that it? Basically. 'Cause we're-
So in effect, I suppose what you could do, Supervisor Recount, where I thought you were going with it was fund county operations and tourism impacts. And so you could shift the outside agency funding to the tourism impacts. Which I think is effectively what Emma's done in that District 3 column, the column E. So we still had to absorb the $500,000, well, more than $500,000 cut to us, to the county operations, because now we've got to go beyond that. I think it's 1.2 that we have to
That's what I was
then
starting
cut.
to get at, yep.
Yeah, so it brings the county operation cut from the 1.8 million, which would have been a 24% cut, down to 1.2. And so that extra money, rather than economic development, comes out of the road funding, which again cuts into your board policy of the $5 million. So you're basically shifting money from roads to fire at that point, which is a tough spot to be in, I know.
Can you just show us that top line that shows where it gets us? Yeah, thank you. So the District 3 board direction, as you have it listed, balances, it balances the budget, both of those.
And for county operations, it's just a 50% cut to econ dev and then a reduction to the road contribution. I can change it. That's just what I heard, so.
Both the District 3 scenario and the District 5 scenario both balance in a different way.
Yes.
And the difference is if you go down on District 3 to the impacts. Can you go down a little further to the?
So I didn't put it by agency.
Oh, you just
But
put
in the
the
District
total.
3,
Okay.
all the funding is going to impacts, whereas in your proposal, I put a 50% cut in both, which basically is the same amount going to the outside agencies.
Wow.
What the sad part is we don't even have the ability to take 3 of our $5,000 amounts and fund the wagon train that's been
I know,
funded and historical in our
Yeah.
general plan, and we're taking that
Yeah.
out. I'm just dismayed at why we're in this position.
When we gave up, the board gave up the
I know.
community benefits.
That's what I'm saying.
2 years
Yeah,
ago.
We could combine 3 of them and at least take care of something that's
Yeah,
been going
trying
on
to
for how
do
long?
part.
It is a tourism enhancer and yada, yada, yada. Yeah. I know I'm
No, I
getting
agree
called on
with
that
you.
one.
But in,
Oh my God.
And that was.
We'll run out of choices.
Yeah.
folks.
but if you look at, if you look at the District 5 direction, it steps all those down, including the wagon train. You know
I
what I
know
mean? It doesn't make us have to solve, everyone has to solve their budget problem. We have to solve ours and then it's gonna trickle down. So I still
But,
think, but,
no, and
and I love
appreciate
fully
and get-
funding Lake Valley Fire. I fully support that, but I can't.
I get that and appreciate that, except I'm not seeing where the money's gonna come from to not take it out, because we're gonna have to backfill it somewhere.
Well, it's balances in that very
Well,
far column.
I think your road
The step down.
request is gonna blow that out of the water.
Yeah.
And of course, if we don't fix the roads, they just cost us more down the road.
Yeah, exactly.
Part of the
Especially
problem
when
we've
the
got now.
infrastructure cost goes up, every day.
And there's no road for any tourist to drive on, let alone our residents.
Yeah, I know. And then, especially if we lose the grant money, you know what I mean?
Well,
That's gone,
again,
then
yeah.
what happens?
Yeah.
You know?
And like I said, the way the state is going now with funding for transportation, it's not
No, it's
in
not
our
good.
area, not our benefit, whatever.
Which is why
Whatsoever.
we started that board policy a
That's
couple of
right.
years ago,
That's
was
right.
because of that. And I would go to community meetings and residents would say, I pay my taxes, you need to fill my potholes. And I go, well, this is where this tax goes, this is where this tax goes. And so the board decided to start using our general fund dollars, DTOT, towards road maintenance, because that's the state of affairs. So, yeah, I'm leaning towards option one, maybe the District 3 board option is where I'm at.
So is that a motion or not, or?
Well, I was trying to see if anybody else was on the board, because
I've
we
been
don't want to
waiting.
do 5 motions again, which I know we can't do.
We
but,
can't do anyway.
We can do 3.
We can do 3.
Yeah.
Well, I'll start it then, because then we'll have discussion, right?
All right.
I make a motion that we go with option 1.
Can I maybe ask them to stop sharing your screen? Can I share my screen of what I've kind of captured in?
Okay.
Oh, dear.
Oh, yeah. You've been listening to all this time?
She's
Taking
so
notes?
good at capturing. It's amazing.
So it's really section 3. So you received the presentation.
The board provided the following direction to staff to include the DTOT in the county budget general fund. B, to pursue option 1, excluding outside agency tourism impact, which is the public safety component. And C, to fund DTOT county operations with the following exceptions: reducing special fund road fund to 1.5 million and reducing planning economic development division to 500,000.
Oh, wow. So on option 1, though, we don't
That's really-
have to cut the road funding, correct? Is that correct?
Right, on option 1, it would
Right.
just be the economic development cut.
Yeah, so we wouldn't need to do that little one at the bottom.
But you're cutting the fire departments.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there we go. There, I started it. There's a motion.
Is there a second?
No, wait. Brian?
No.
Ask.
That's for option 1?
Wait.
Yeah. Go
Just
ahead.
Yeah, and Kim's got it-
procedurally,
Yeah,
Kim's
no,
got it
I'm
on the
just
screen
clarifying.
for us.
is there a second so that we can even
Kim, can you make
discuss
it
it?
bigger? So we can-
Yeah.
Bigger. Yes.
Supervisor Parlin has made a motion. Is there a
Okay, well,
second?
I'm gonna go, this is a tough thing. It really is.
You gotta get a
because
second. if
I
you want to
know
discuss
that.
it.
Hang
Oh,
on.
we can't even talk about it.
I know.
There's a motion on the
I
floor.
know. Well, let me finish. I'm gonna
Are you
just.
gonna make a competing motion? I think council wants to know what you're gonna do.
Well,
If you
I'm
just
gonna
wanna
go
talk
ahead-
about it, we really can't till we get a second.
I'm gonna go ahead and second that motion with the discussion.
Okay.
Okay,
There you go.
all right. That's what I would, I'm just
Sorry.
getting around to
Sorry.
that, but you interrupted.
You
me.
scared me.
Discussion?
Oh,
Discussion,
I thought you wanted
open
to
it up.
discuss it.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Yeah, now we gotta
No, go
discuss
ahead.
it or vote on it.
I can't support it. I'm just worried about a public safety element this time and the things that need to be provided there.
Yeah, I agree. I would lean more towards cutting the roads and maintaining some funding to the fire departments. I mean, none of these options really benefit District 1 at all. And so I'm having trouble with all of them. But I will lean towards, supporting the fire departments.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So I'll make a competing motion then that we do the hybrid of District 3 proposal, which Kim, do you have?
Can you
that?
bring that up again?
Yeah,
please.
It's
okay, the road fund would be cut by $1.5 million.
well, is it
Or
not $1.5 million?
Down to $1 million.
down to $1.5 million.
Yeah.
So I
Oh,
have
is
it
the
as
thing you
full,
deleted.
full funding to the outside agency impacts. And then a reduce of half to economic development and a reduce of 700,000 to roads.
Correct.
With that, would we want to put a cap on though? that outside? Because we haven't solicited it yet, you know.
So it would keep them at the $635,000.
Okay, so that would be the cap on it. Okay.
Oh,
And
sorry,
there may be more, but I just said
868,000.
Total,
That's all I can
600,
do.
that's total for all of,
And it's approximately about 500,000
Bring that
for.
up. Can you bring up option 3, please?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, so is your motion what is showing now that we fully, in option 1, when we fully fund the public safety component, and then we bring back in the special, reducing the special road tax.
Fully fund at today's amount. Because obviously the 23 amount was higher and the 24,
Right.
25 will probably be even higher.
Yeah, it should be maintained at the 24-25 level,
Yeah.
fiscal year 24-25 level for the outside impacts.
Yeah. So I got a motion on the table. Do I get a second?
Can you please bring up that option 3, please? I'd like to see it again.
Yeah. Oh, on Emma's screen? Yeah.
Yeah,
Emma's
on the-
screen.
So I had it as a reduction to roads, but if you want me to change it to the full amount for roads, then it would be further cutting elsewhere. And the reduction is about 700,000 for roads.
For roads. And cutting economic
In
development.
half.
Can you scroll up to the top and then just slowly just bring it all the way down to the bottom?
Here's
All
economic
right.
development in half,
Okay,
and
then
then
just
it
go-
balances. Oops, sorry.
and then just go down, please.
So roads in the current have 2.7 million, and this is about 2 million for roads in both District 3 and 4's options, or 5's, sorry.
And this works, the numbers work at
Mhm.
the top. I missed that. It's really hard. I know you're doing your best to show us, but when we're scrolling, I gotta remember. Okay. And is that what we have in your motion? You captured it pretty good, Kim, you think? Is that right, Emma? She
No,
captured it?
the road
That
fund
was
would
the
be
fir-
2.
Two?
Right.
Okay. That's better.
And that's the first motion, correct? Not
No,
Brian.
no,
That's
no,
the
this,
second.
no, this is
This is a
second.
competing
Okay.
motion,
It's a
second
competing
motion,
motion.
yeah.
This is Brian's motion.
Okay.
It still doesn't have a second.
We still haven't had a second yet.
I can't second it, can I, as the first motion maker, or can
No,
I?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, good. I'm like, oh.
Sorry, Kim, and
I didn't see- I
Econ Dev
didn't
is
see the public safety aspect in that.
546,000. Econ Dev's 546. Yeah.
Thank you, Emma, for watching us. These are tough.
Okay, so we have a motion number 2 on the table.
So just so everyone's clear, the motion that you're voting for is what's shown on the screen here.
Yeah, I think it's a good motion. I think it's a good option. But I think that the better option is also a balanced discretionary TOT recommendation that steps down everybody equally instead of just ripping the Band-Aid off. So I'm still struggling a little bit with that. I appreciate what you had to say about it's been coming, we've known it, we've talked about it. I appreciate that. But the reality is you don't really start addressing it until it happens. And I think that it's a fairer option to give it, for example, groups that we've worked with for 30 years, consistently.
Trust me, I know.
So I do
know.
think a step down is a more humane recommendation. So I'm still struggling with that.
All right.
We got a motion on the floor. Brian's motion, we got a second by Greg Vero. So all those in favor by saying aye. Wait a minute, go ahead.
No, of which?
Which is motion two.
Motion two.
We gotta
Okay.
take motion two first.
Okay, all right.
All right. So all those in favor of motion two by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay, motion passes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Lane registering a no vote.
All right, so we're 12:20. Let's go to lunch.
Yeah. We have to come back.
Let's see. All right. Greetings, El Dorado County. We're back from lunch. The Board of Supervisors is now going to resume the regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is a time to public to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. Kim, will you please open public?
Now taking public
Open forum.
comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Yeah. Anybody in the board chambers like to speak on open forum? Come on up.
Good afternoon, Linda Colombo, District 2. And I'm attempting to read what I think are important parts of book Paradise by Lizzie Johnson. And I know now I'm succeeding because 2 of the board members have bought the book. Yes, I'm making progress. So just to touch on where we were last time, the state criticized Sonoma County's decision in a scathing 34-page review calling out emergency managers for procedure that was uncoordinated and included gaps, overlaps, and redundancies. They wanted to pass a uniform protocol for how all 58 counties in California issued emergency notifications. Meanwhile, a message went out. There is immediate evacuation order for zones 2, 3, 7, 8, 13, and 14 due to a fire. You should evacuate immediately. You are receiving this message because you are in an infected area. The alert went out to fewer than half of the town's 14 zones. Usually Marquise, who's one of the employees, tried to contact only a handful of zones at a time to minimize congestion on the roads, so not to evacuate everybody at once. The Public Works Director, Maddox, carried a master key for the traffic signal boxes downtown. Each contained a computer controller that flipped between green and red. He wanted to switch the stoplights to hold green to move vehicles downhill faster. And we're familiar with that system that was used here. He manually had to switch the stoplights to the oncoming vehicles that wouldn't have to stop. Thousands of vehicles were inching at 5 miles an hour. Some formed bottlenecks at the bulb outs, which are those little things that come out into the road and won't allow 4 lanes where it could have been, and they have to go at 2. At 9:09 a.m., more than 25 minutes after he had sent Town Hall's first alert for Pence Road, a second code red evacuation order, which included 2 additional zones, totaling 8 of the town's 14. The message read, "This is an immediate evacuations for zone 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13, and 14 due to a fire. You should evacuate immediately. You are receiving this message because you are in the affected area." But the telecommunications system was badly overloaded and 42% of the alerts were never delivered. 47% of the residents hadn't even received the first alert. And it wouldn't send. The town's Comcast internet had cut out as the infrastructure melted. The AT&T lines followed minutes later. A panicked man came running in and said that the nearby hillside was on fire. A retired fire chief who recently arrived at the town hall interrupting this morning's game of golf assumed the man was crazy.
Thank you.
Next week.
Next week, yeah.
Hang in there. Maybe somebody else will buy the book. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Important for everybody to read it.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair Turnbull, Board, Lars Knutson, Pollock Pines District 5. I just got back from the Palisades fire and the Altadena fire, and I keep hearing we can't let this happen again. Why does this keep happening? And I got this phrase: if you don't repent, it shall repeat.
Mhm.
There's a lot of stupid things happening on with a lot of people in authority, and what's happening in America is spiritual. I didn't know this beautiful lady was going to be here with a book called Paradise. I'm done with this fire situation. We keep burning down cities and small towns for the last 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Learn to do well. Seek judgment. Relieve the oppressed. Judge the fatherless. Plead for the widow. Come now and let us reason together. America is in judgment. If you want to look what judgment looks like, it doesn't have to be a bad thing if you know how to bring right judgment in. I don't want our county to go through another situation. I don't believe we are. What I saw today, and I'm going to ask the supervisors that I sent the glory to send it to Supervisor Verkamp and Supervisor Ferrero. But going down, my niece lost her home in Palisades. And I drove through there 3 days later. And I don't like seeing towns being destroyed, people getting murdered, let alone burning up. Do you know what time it is? I got this scripture. The path of righteous is level. Everything's becoming level. You clear the straight path for the righteous. Yes, Yahweh, we wait for you in the path of judgment. Our desire is for your name and your renown. I long for you in the right and the night. Yes, my spirit within me diligently seeks you, for when your judgment are in the land, the inhabitants learn righteousness. No one's without excuse. It's the goodness of God that leads people to repent and turn back to Jesus. And I implore this county to wake up, get out of the way, and let Yahweh lead your path in peace, love, and joy. And all these secret clubs that have been going on for neons in America, they're being exposed by the light. Don't trust anything that I say, but if you trust the light, you actually kind of have a paradise. God bless you.
Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak?
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, I was trying to appeal for, not me personally, but Save Our County. A group was trying to appeal the project that was approved in Diamond Springs for what's called affordable housing, SB 35. The project doesn't qualify for SB 35, but the planning directors determined it does without any other say or argument. And I want to know how when it doesn't comply, and I've sent the evidence to all of you, how can one justify that, or how can one correct that when they're shoving these down our throat, our own county, without the proper services and requirements that are required for these type of projects? So I'm pleading to the board to override this decision by your planning director to be able to appeal this so you can hear the full case and evidence that I've already submitted to most of you. And then planning has also given this board a couple resolutions that completely takes discretion out of your hands and the planning commission. And I don't know if that was really your intent, to let all of these projects go behind doors without any public. They don't even think they need to notify the public anymore. So as was just mentioned, the state's doing all these things that are creating these nightmare situations like these fires. And one of them is they really don't want us building single family homes anymore. They want the high density housing, and they're allowing them without infrastructure, without safety measures in high fire areas. And what are we doing? We're going along with it. We have 3 departments that have collaborated together to shove these through our county that you're supporting. And these staff are telling you we have to do this because the state says so, when we all know that's a lie, because I've given you the evidence that they are creating the policies to shove it through. So we can stop bad projects. I'm not saying we don't have affordable housing, but you don't put them in high fire areas without any infrastructure. And these are not meeting requirements for CAL FIRE or Caltrans. They've actually put comments on these projects that these projects cannot facilitate, yet you're going to allow them to slip through and create one of the most detrimental fire blocks, Pleasant Valley Road. you're putting tons of new residents in the pivot, the most highly level of service F in the entire county, and you're piling that in without any egress. So I'm begging this board to stop. I don't know if county council's told you not to talk to me, but I would appreciate it if I could have a conversation here with somebody on the board about correcting this, not allowing us to
Thank you, Sue.
uphill that project. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back for any discussions or comments. Not at this time. Okay. All right. So we're closed open forum. So we'll move to item 20, our 1 o'clock allocation.
Item number 20 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department Code Enforcement Division recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution placing a lien on property located at 6458 Pony Express Trail in Pollock Pines for the outstanding fees for code enforcement cases and structural abatement at this address. Supervisor Turnbull, can you please open up the hearing?
Yeah, I would like to open up this public hearing.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Pull this closer here this time. My name is Nicholas Hewer. I'm the acting code enforcement supervisor for the Planning and Building Department. I've been employed by the County of El Dorado since September of 2022. Today, as stated in the resolution, I'm here to recommend the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign the resolution 022-2025, placing a lien on the property located at 6458 Pony Express Trail. This property is identified by assessor's parcel number 009-350-064, which is owned by Kilowatt Investments LLC for the outstanding fees for code enforcement cases and structural abatement at this address in the amount of $48,217.38. I'll give you some background on this property and how we got here today. From our initial report in December of 2021, regarding the condition of this property, code enforcement observed the property to be vacant and showing signs of vandalism. We attempted to gain compliance with the property owners who repeatedly ignored our notices and our requests to abate the issues. The property progressively got worse over time and became a visual blight and a public safety hazard for the residents of Pollock Pines. Broken windows, graffiti, vandalism were consistent and a constant issue with regards to this property. And all these violations, they constitute a public nuisance due to the abandoned and dangerous condition of that property. Our first notice to correct was issued and sent on December of 2021. And later the next year in October of 2022, we sent our second notice to correct. With no response from the owners, in December of 2022, the property is red tagged as a vacant building. And at this time, additional damage, broken windows were observed. The code enforcement staff attempted for several months to contact the property owners through their LLC service agent, the DBA Landlords Fixtures, which is based in Wyoming. All the notices were sent to the LLC servicing agent and then forwarded on to the owners who still did not respond. In February of 2023, the county facilities division staff boarded up and fenced off the vacant building, and then we billed the owners for this service. Later that year in April, code enforcement received a check for the reimbursement of those services, and the owners of Kilowatt Investments, they provided us with updated phone numbers and addresses. Then in September 2023, as we know, the structure was destroyed by fire, most of the structure, leaving the exterior walls still standing. County building inspectors went out there and conducted a disaster activity report and documented the damage that was caused by the fire. In December of 23, the property was re-fenced again by our building facility staff, as there was no efforts for the owners to respond or to correct those issues. The owners were still unresponsive as far as statements, fines, notices posted and mailed, as well as emailed, and numerous phone calls throughout this time. In April of 2024, code enforcement issued a notice to abate to the owners. The owners did not respond to this notice to abate, and they didn't take any action to demolish or repair that property. There were numerous attempts to contact the owners via phone, email, mail, and there was still no response to the notice abate or anything done with that structure. Thus began the process of utilizing our abatement contractors. In October of 2024, I met with Demolition Services and Grading Incorporated, DSGI, and the representatives to conduct a pre-site inspection for the demolition and abatement of the building. In November of 2024, the Planning and Building Department executed work order number 1 for the agreement of services for the demolition of the Taco Bell, removal of all the associated debris. On December 9th, I obtained a forcible entry inspection warrant and was ordered to abate the real property located at 6458 Pony Express Trail. This warrant required the posting on site for a minimum of 24 hours prior to the execution of the warrant, and that was done that same afternoon. A certified copy of the abatement warrant was also sent to the owners. On December 12th, 2024, I was on site while DSGI performed the abatement of the vacant unsafe Taco Bell structure, and they removed all the associated debris. The County of El Dorado building inspectors finalized the demolition permit on December 17th, 2024. To my knowledge, this is the first time that code enforcement has requested a lien against a property. This is also the first time that code enforcement has been directly involved in the abatement of a structure. We've learned a lot through this process, and this is going to assist us in future abatements throughout the county as well. Of note, I could not have done this without the great work and the support of my code enforcement staff, my admin staff specifically, planning and building admin staff, county council, and all the other county staff that helped to put all of this together. So in conclusion, I am recommending that the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors approve the placement of the abatement lien on the property located at 6458 Pony Express Trail. And then such a lien shall be in the initial amount of the $48,217.38.
Okay.
Thank you.
The board have any questions or comments? It's in your district, so.
Yeah, thank you. I've been working on this since day one, and I just really want to thank the planning director personally. You know, when I came to her with the problem and said, look, this has been going on for years, she got heavily involved in it. And through her leadership, all of what you just said happened, and it's really great. I'm hoping that other districts that have blighted properties that are dangerous to the community, like Taco Bell, and don't have responsive owners, that the county has now a process in place that allows for us to, with proper notice and a good amount of time for the owner to step up. But if they don't, we now have a process for tearing these down. And I wholeheartedly support putting a lien on the property so we can recoup our costs should that property be sold, which I also understand is a good possibility. So I think this is a great way for the county to be proactive in some of our communities that need this support.
Any other more board comments?
Are there any administrative fees, costs, or whatever built in? Okay, I just want to make sure it's not detailed in what we've got right here. So I just want to make sure we're covering our total costs.
Yes, our county planning and building labor costs are included in the abatement lien, as well as the county council's labor cost. And that includes our admin time as well.
Yeah. Any other board comments? No. At this time, I'd like to open it up to public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 20. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the boardroom like to speak on this item?
Chair, Board, Lars Knudsen, Pollock Pines. Thank you. And thank you. I contacted Supervisor Lane 2 years ago. And, you know, there's a method sometimes in the madness. And I can tie this all in with, there's a property, and I encourage all the board members to go in your property, go throughout your districts, start writing down areas. There's one at the corner of Motherlode Drive and Greenstone Cutoff. And it's this arc road, and there's just a pile of debris there. And if that catches fire, all hell is going to break loose. And we're all guilty. But shame on us that we've allowed some of this stuff to go on for all this time. But like I say, when you get right with the king, he has a way to bring order in. And I'm tired of seeing, this stuff going on, but we shall endure. And thank God for God's mercy. But that green stone cutoff basically is probably 3 to 5 acres, and it's just piled with cars. And, if a fire just starts at that one place with a 30, 40 mile an hour wind, it's going to have a lot of momentum. And that's what happened up in Palisades and these areas. So thank you.
Anybody else from the boardroom like to speak on this item? You can move.
Not,
the Zoom
not taking public
participants.
comment from online participants, not taking public comment from Tara.
Yes, hello. I didn't get to speak during open enrollment. I'm not sure, open comment. I'm not sure if you guys are not seeing my hand up or what the technicalities are. I will call later and see if I could get IT to figure that out.
But Tara, there was no technical difficulties. Your hand was raised after we moved on from.
Yeah, how about a little pause, like maybe 3 seconds without, my hand was up before you stopped speaking, and yet you moved right on through to the next without calling my name. Is that the same thing as not taking a meeting with the public?
Tara,
I think this demonstrates.
Tara, this is only on this particular item, which is item 20 you need to speak on. We're not talking about open forum at this time.
All right, here we go. I'm speaking on item 20 then. All right, code enforcement. Let me tell you about code enforcement. I was 22 years oversight and spent a lot of time with code enforcement. Code enforcement was one person in El Dorado County. And that one person, although they didn't have a lot of backing and a lot of resources, they did what they could. But it concerns me that a lot gets shoved into code enforcement, and it's like a black hole. I know. I have a documented project in El Dorado County I spent 18 years on. I met with you. I met with sheriff. I met with county. I met with staff. I met with code enforcement. 18 years. This is how you guys use tax dollars. 18 years and it wasn't resolved. It's at the corner of Ice.
Tara, let me stop you right there. This is only about the abatement lien of Taco Bell. That is the item we're talking about today. Nothing else at this time.
Well, I think we should be talking about code enforcement and how effective they are, because this is really critical on the county looking at it as a whole. If you don't want to today, that's fine. But please know that I'm going to leave my comment there. Please know that we as the public would like code enforcement to be resourced and be able to be have our tax dollars work and not tax.
All right. Thank you, Tara. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
There is no additional public comment.
Right. So I'll bring it back to the board for any motion or discussion.
Mr. Chair, will you close the public hearing, please?
I'll close the public hearing. Okay.
Close the public hearing.
I would happily move staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
No, anybody opposed? No.
Good
Motion
work.
passes 5-0.
Good job. Good job.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, I got a little frustrated there. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. It's good.
So can we do a department matter? Yeah, item number 18, please. CAO homeless ad hoc appointment.
This is just pursuant to board direction. The CAO's office. It was Kim.
Yeah.
He looked at me.
Well, I'm looking at her. I know exactly. That's all right.
Item 18 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board recreate and appoint 2 members to a Housing and Homelessness Program Ad Hoc Committee.
All right, so I'll open it up for discussion by the board. So
I want to be on it.
I do too. There you go.
See my pictures from yesterday.
Okay, all right, so we got two people that want to be on the, anybody else want to be on it?
I would have, but down
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, all right. Well, okay, so we have Brian and Lori. So I guess we'll open it up to public comment right now. So let's do that.
Now taking public comment on item number 18. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing
Anybody in
no
the board
public-
chambers like to speak on this item?
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so Lori and Brian want to be on that. How does the rest of the board feel? You all right with that? So I'll make a motion that we appoint Brian Bierkamp and Lori Parlin,
Second.
District 3 and District 4 to the ad hoc committee, the homeless ad hoc.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so we got moved to 2. Can we start? Or do we have to wait till 2?
We have to wait until 2. The board could consider doing member updates or taking a break.
Let's take a break. Want to take a break? That's fine with me.
Updates?
Yeah, and then we can do the updates.
We can do updates if you want.
Yeah, we can do them. We can, let's just take a 15-minute break. All right, and then come back and we'll do
Come back and do the update.
updates. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay. All right, so we're back from our break. So right now we'll go to board member updates at this particular time. So let's start with Greg and then move down. Okay.
I
Greg,
have nothing to report.
nothing to report? All right,
I don't know how I top that. I just have one thing to report.
okay.
Tahoe Transportation District met last week and talking about ramifications of the federal funding being very uncertain for just a small little agency like that. They are putting on hold projects that they've been working on that have federal funding attached to them because basically, you know how grant money works. You front the money and you get reimbursed. And they're afraid that if they front the money and they don't get reimbursed, it would bankrupt the agency. So I just wanted to share that with my colleagues.
Anything else? That's it? Right?
On the 6th, we had Transit and Transportation Commission meetings. Various supervisors participated in both of those. On the 7th, Supervisor Lane invited me to be on the call with the South Shore CEO Roundtable. With very enlightening call, and there's some great things going on up there, especially with the community college and their fire training center and so forth. Outstanding, and it's even got housing. So really encouraging. On the 10th, yesterday morning, SACOG Policy and Innovation, that's one of the committees that I'm on with SACOG, and we got brought up to speed on federal policy from our federal lobbyists and state policy from our state lobbyists. Both of them were not very encouraging, mainly from the federal side, just because everything's in a state of flux, and I'll just leave that there at this point. Last night, I went to Office of Wildland Fire Resiliency presentation out for the Hanks Exchange area. That's one of the targeted areas for this year. Probably 35 people or so in attendance, all positive, and the staff did a great job presenting what is going to be occurring with inspections and then define the inspection process and defensible space, and they just did a great job on that. So very well received. People, or at least the ones there, are all enthused about participating. This upcoming Wednesday, we've got the El Dorado County Water Agency meeting tomorrow, and then on Thursday, the Community for Youth, or the Commission for Youth and Family, is also meeting, and I'll be attending that. Saturday night, there was a very nice event to benefit the sheriff's posse that some of us were at, and a great fundraiser for the sheriff's posse, and very well attended by all. It was great event at the fairgrounds.
Very good. Okay, Lori?
Yeah, just a couple things. I had a meeting on Monday with DOT, and there's some big projects moving forward in District 4. So I'll be putting details in my newsletter for that, of when the public can come and start engaging on that process. And I think several of you get the newsletter. So just so you know, heads up, things are happening. And then last Thursday night, I appreciated Matt Smeltzer from DOT came out to the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee meeting at the Gold Trail Grange. And he gave a presentation on, first of all, the bridge repair, which everyone really appreciated because it was pretty darn quick for such a little old bridge. And this is the second repair that has happened in recent years. And then Matt also gave an update on the actual bridge replacement project, which the date has been, it's gotten pushed out a wee bit, not a whole lot though. I don't know if you all remember, but that first repair in 2021, when the drunk driver hit it, kind of got the process moving a little faster because Caltrans went, whoa, we got to get going. So that was a good little nudge. I don't think we needed the second repair job, but whatever. But yeah, the project, I think this year they're starting the right of way purchases. So I guess those will be on board agendas. That's why it's good to give you heads up. And then trying to think, and then 2026, what's after right away? Well, whatever, it's moving. There's going to be items on the board agenda to start, supporting that project. So heads up on that. Friday, there was a EDOK continuing care meeting. It was pretty routine. And they elected their board members. And Timlin, who represents the county, is now I want to say vice president. So she's on the executive committee, which is really good. And it's good that we're all interfacing, which, we didn't used to do a few years ago. And then lastly, yesterday, the Golden Sierra Job Training Agency had a joint board meeting. I'm on the governing board, but they also have a workforce board. And the job training agency is one of those that, has prescribed meetings it has to have to get the funding. And so they're working on their strategic planning and had a workshop, and it's quite interesting. It reminded me of several of our committee and commission discussions where they're like, well, what are we supposed to do versus what do we want to do? And Kyle Zimmelman is on the workforce board, so he was in attendance on Zoom, and I was texting him going, doesn't this feel kind of deja vu? So it was just interesting to watch another organization struggle with that. What do we need to do versus what do we want to do, and how do we do it? So yeah, I'll be participating in that to make sure we don't get outside our scope. That's it.
Okay. Anyway, transportation and transit meeting, I stepped down from being the chair position, and Yarborough's now in that position. And I think you were, second vice chair now. So anyway, it was a great meeting and stuff. And I really appreciate they gave me a plaque and an award for standing up, being the chair. So that was really nice. Then we had our transportation meeting, and there is issues, especially when you're talking about grant money coming into our county to be able to fund a lot of these projects. It's going to be really hard. It really is. So addressing some of those problems. Also, we've had some issues in Grizzly Flat, especially with the trees out there, the dead debris and trees on people's property where the county can't access it. But working with Raphael and Mark Egbert to address those problems, that's going to be a great thing. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate Carla Haas for all the hard work she has done too. So thanks, Carla, if you're listening in. Okay. And then also we attended that posse event, and it was a great event. A lot of people showed up to that event, and amazing how much money they raised, especially for the posse. So it's a great thing. And I don't know if a lot of people don't know, but I'm also the pastor of the posse. So they nominated me to be the pastor. So anyway, so great event. A lot of good things are happening. And so anyway, that's all I have to say. I'll reach out to you. Yeah.
No report, sir.
No report?
No.
Okay.
Next week is dark.
There it is.
All
There
right.
it is.
Like, yes.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess we still got to wait a little bit because we got to start that exactly at 2:00. So we got a few minutes to kill, I guess, till that happens. All right.
Let's do county trivia. No, I'm kidding.
County trivia.
Yeah.
All right. So we're back from our break. 2 o'clock time allocation. Item 21, planning and building ordinance fee. I'd like to, at this time, open it up to public hearing. Kim, you would like to read
Sure.
item?
Item number 21 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department recommending the board, one, approve the introduction of an ordinance, planning and building department fee schedule. Two, waive reading of full revised ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to February 25th, 2025 for the final passage, second reading. And three, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution establishing a resolution for the cemetery division fee schedule. I'm sorry, Supervisor Turnbull, did you already open the public hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Turnbull, board members. I am Jennifer Morris, Senior Administrative Analyst with Planning and Building Department. I'm back again today. I spoke with you on January 28th and got conceptual approval to move forward with some minor modifications and cleanup to our fee ordinance. And so I'd like to walk you through some of those changes today. I would like to ask if you guys wouldn't mind, there's different divisions in our department. So if it's okay with you, we can work through each division and then maybe provide some feedback as we go instead of doing it all at the end, if that's
that'd be
how you
great.
prefer. Okay.
I appreciate
perfect.
that.
All right, let me share my screen.
And before you get going, Jennifer, it's my understanding that there's going to be a request that the board continue item 3, action item 3, which is adopt and authorize the chair to sign resolution 020-2025 establishing a resolution for the cemetery division fee schedule. We're requesting that that specific item be continued to the February 25th meeting, date certain. There is an additional piece of information that we would like included in that before the board considers it today.
Okay. All right.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to start with our building division. We did a major fee update in the fiscal year 23-24 with a consultant. And since then, as I stated, there were some fees that kind of were overlooked or we realized aren't working today for us, or just minor modifications that we would like to tweak. So to get started, I'm going to move this up a little bit. The first section we would be looking at is they used to be referenced as mobile manufactured homes. They are just manufactured homes. These permit types are permanent and temporary. And during this evaluation, staff time and permit types were evaluated by the consultant NBS, and they were combined with study hours. However, they weren't reflective of what staff was actually putting in, unfortunately. And so the old way that we used to charge these fees were based on a evaluation with a 25% reduction in the fee because they are more streamlined, kind of like our bigger developers that come in with our master plans. So we would like to put that fee back to have the reduction for the plan check and the initial look at the permit, and then keep the inspection fee the way it is. And then, so there's just cleanups on the fee names in that section, and then doing the permanent manufactured homes the way that is for the plan check with the 25% reduction.
Okay.
In the temporary, commercial, and modular and manufactured homes, those kind of got, I guess you could say, flip-flopped around. So we're cleaning that up. The total cost is overall still the same. We're just adjusting it between application and plan check and then inspections. So
I got a question before we go farther on that. So especially when you're talking about the permits for the people that were impacted by the Caldor fire, are we charging them on those permits, or are we not?
If they come in and apply for the fee waiver under that ordinance, they are not being charged that permit fee.
I just wanted clarification on it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so moving on, minor cleanups with replacing things with per hour. And then we get down to our renewal, and then we added the word reactivation. We do have permit renewals, but we also have permit reactivations. For building, there is a difference between the two types of permits. So we're trying to clean that up for the public when they come in. We are, let's see, changing the renewals. Let's see, I have a definition. So renewal is a continuation of an existing active permit with qualifying inspections and credits are applied to the renewal fee. And then reactivation permits are when the renewal does not apply for one reason or another, and a new permit is created and a credit for prior work will be applied. And then we also added additional steps and some cleanup in that table so that when the applicant comes in through the permit center, we can determine what stage they're at. So clean that up. And we've also added the pools in there. So a lot of people will start a pool and then they don't continue for some time and they want to come back in and reactivate it. We've added those guidelines in here as well.
Okay.
Okay. For road encroachment fees, we did increase the application fee to our minimum 1 hour. We realized that was overlooked. All of our applications are a minimum of 1 hour of time for staff. So that was adjusted. And I'll make sure that was it. And that looks like that is it for buildings. So do we have any other clarification questions in that section?
Yeah, any questions from the board or comments? Not this time, okay.
No, perfect, okay. My next section here, okay. I'm gonna move on to planning. Sorry for the scrolling. Did not bring my mouse. Okay, so we've got current planning services. We are just cleaning up some language in the special zoning review. Just removing development eligibility reviews there. And then we move down to, oh, this one's, I'm gonna skip the SB 35 line item there and come back to that. I'm gonna jump down to the EIR preparation section. The EIR preparation, we have bigger developers that come in that require an EIR for the project. And it is all a pass-through cost to the county. However, I want to say how many years ago, it started with environmental management. They required development agreement, or sorry, EIR agreements and a funding agreement for repayment of that cost. At one point in time, we started to do $1,000 in T&M on these fees. And we were just hoping, you know, they'll just pay with the rest of their billing. However, it is looking like a huge burden to the county to front load the cost of these EIRs. So we're going to require a 20% deposit on the total cost of the EIR estimated by the department with the outside consultant that usually prepares these. And then that deposit will stay with the county until final action by the county, whether it's denied, withdrawn, or approved. So they'll get the money back at the end of the project. That way we have the security in knowing that, you know, the county is not going to have to be put out for those funds if the developer walks away or if, you know, heaven forbid something happens with the project.
So I got a question. The SB 35 application, is that added to that is what it is? Or you got it?
No, I'm going to get back to that line item and the annual reporting fee for that line item and another one that's under pre-application. We actually are removing those and putting them in a different section.
Oh,
So it's a little
okay.
further down
All
on
right.
my
Okay.
spreadsheet.
All right.
Sorry. That's why I kind of skipped it to show you
Yeah.
a little later.
Okay, that's all right. I just.
Sorry. But we did remove, sorry, to jump back up, the annual reporting fee for a new DA because we're leaving just the annual reporting fee for existing DAs. There's no difference between the two, whether they're new or existing. Once they're approved, their development agreement, so they annually need to just pay this fee. It just kind of seemed like a repetitive fee. Minor use permits. These were in the last few years rolled back up under conditional use permits for fees. They are actually a separate section in the zoning ordinance. So we are breaking that back out. We take them under an MUP, a minor use permit, but we were using the conditional use permit fee at that time. So we're going to spell it out again for the public to know that they are two separate items in the zoning ordinance. So just clarifying. Okay. So here's where I'm going to get back to that SB 35 fee. We have added down here this streamlined housing review into that section. So per a new, what's the streamlined housing with the state? Yeah, just explain exactly what this section is and then, sorry, what
Hello,
Rob
everyone.
explained.
Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So because we created the Interim Objective Design Standards Project, which had the streamlined housing applications, we decided, and because the legislation is always sort of changing. So under this section that she's highlighting, you see SB 423. Well, that is sort of SB 35 now because the numbers change, but they're pointing back to previous legislation, right? So we've created a category that's streamlined housing review. And so it still has the pre-application that was under the previous section, SB 35 pre-application. And it also has the ministerial housing project, which applies to any of those streamlined housing projects that might come in subsequent legislation, but we're categorizing them in a different way. So it's clear to everybody that it's not buried under our old design review or old pre-application, but and so this is to implement the project that the board approved.
Any questions from the board at this time? Not yet? Okay, go ahead. Thanks, Rob.
Does that help explain that?
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
we
that was
removed it
good.
from some other sections and grouped them together.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
Thank you. It's really exciting stuff, I know. Sorry. Let's see. Okay, so that actually was the end of current planning. So if there's no other questions on the cleanups in that section, I'll move on.
Yeah. Any comments from the board? You all right? Okay, move on.
So the next section that we did a minor cleanup was stormwater quality. These fees we had just set with the new nexus that we had done, and we put them in here, and then we were trying to figure out how to apply these fees. So they are actually applied to building and planning projects and DOT, and they were just put into the fee schedule just as the fees instead of what are we applying them to. So what we worked on was when and where are we charging these fees and what for. So we've kind of cleaned up this section to say specifically this fee will apply when a planning project comes in the door if it requires a stormwater review. Same thing with Department of Transportation. When stormwater needs to go out for a Department of Transportation fee, this is when we're going to charge it and this is what the fee is. So this whole section, same thing with building permits, is just meant to be more transparent for the public. There was a typo in the last ordinance that we did clean up as well, where the fees were swapped. So it does look like some of them are like one of the fees, the minor project plan review was actually put in the ordinance at 190. It should have been 95. We've been charging 95 since we knew that was wrong, you know, and then, so I just want to reassure you that we're not increasing any of those fees or decreasing them. We're correcting them to what the study had shown previously.
Okay.
So that's kind of all I have for stormwater, unless you have any other questions.
No.
Okay. And then, let's see, the last final section would be our vacation and hosted home rentals. With the inception of the new ordinance for the VHRs and hosted home rentals, we are adding in the hosted home rental fee. Right now, it's kind of an estimate of staff time based on about 2-ish hours. We're not really sure. We need to obviously do some time studying on it, but based on staff recommendations and recommendations from the Deputy Director, Brendan, we did about 2 hours for that fee. And then we also put in the rental sign fee. So that will be imposed on the applicants to pay for the signage for their properties. That way there's no cost to county residents that don't have a vacation home rental. So that's all I have for that section.
Okay.
We good?
Any comments from the board?
Yeah, I
Everybody's
have
okay?
I have a question
go
on
ahead.
this one. When you, it says permit renewal fee.
Is that annual?
Yeah, is it annual and which one is it for?
It's for
And
both
for
and
both
it's
of them?
annual. Mhm.
For
So
both.
every year they have to renew it and it's for both of them. That's why we didn't define it between the two.
Okay, and so what's the justification for the $760 out the door for the initial permit application for a home? For a VHR, and then what causes it to drop in half, but yet there's no discount, no drop for a hosted rental?
Let's see. So I know the permitting for the vacation, and I'm not the expert here, sorry. I don't know if you have any more information, Karen, on the permitting of the VHRs, but I know that there more goes into permitting a whole home for a vacation home rental, more, I mean, obviously it's bigger and bigger space. You know, you're checking the whole house, you're checking every piece and part, and then the hosted home rental is just the room. And I hope I'm not speaking out of context, but Brendan's not online.
Okay.
So I
Karen,
can
you want
get
to come up and talk about it, or can you explain it, or?
Yeah, I agree that there is more with the initial permit review for a vacation home rental as compared to a hosted home rental. But what I don't know is then with the renewal, why it would be the same. So let us check into that and see if that is correct. And if so, what that justification is.
And then do these fees include a physical I was going to say investigate. It's not an investigate. Inspection. Thank you. Does it include the physical inspection?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think there must be something wrong there. Maybe because really a vacation home, yes, it could technically be bigger, but you still have to go, even if it's a hosted, you have to show up. You have to make sure there's not an additional kitchen. You have to make sure that they've only cordoned off 2 bedrooms. You have to make sure the private residence is there. I mean, you have to inspect the whole house. So, yeah, I think we just might need to revisit that.
Yeah, and it's, I believe part of it too, the thought was because this is new for hosted, you know, we may not be, I think we're being very, you know, lenient in what we're charging until we get that information. We may come back in a couple of years after we've done this and, you know, have better data, but this way we know we're not overcharging. If anything, we may be undercharging.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Any more comments and questions from the board? All right. Go ahead.
Okay. And then just the last red line is just that we're removing the language to reference exhibits B and C for this ordinance. B was the airports that were already removed in December, and then C is today with the resolution with cemeteries being removed as well. So just a reference thing. So with that.
All right. So I'll bring it back to the board. Any other questions or comments? All right, so I'll open it up to public comment. Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 21. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the boardroom like to speak on this item? We'll move to Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Tara.
Yes, thank you for catching my comments. Is this for permit fees just for the TOTs, the discretionary TOT tourist VBRs and Airbnbs? Or did I get, I think I missed the first entry. It was very quick and I do apologize. My earphones cut off the topic of this. Is this all permitting, or is it just VRBs and Airbnbs?
Yeah, you want to comment on that? Rob, you want to come up? Or can you?
The item is for the entire planning and building fee ordinance.
All right. Okay.
Okay, thank you. There was a comment I had back on, so the streamline, okay, so I caught the mid-version streamlining, housing review. Big problem, a lot of us down on the western slope, as you have heard from many of us. I know the new board. Brian, you've been there a long time and you've come back. Greg, you're there now. There's a lot of us that are very concerned about these ministerial projects being, these discretionary projects that are being dumped into ministerial and not reviewed and not going through the complete and accurate process, as well as just recently being told that very concerning that there's going to be limited appeals or that we can't appeal them. At the end of your board meeting, there is a lot of litigation. Look at your last topic about lots of litigation. We don't want this county to be spending our tax dollars on nothing but litigation. It says in your Senate bill.
Tara, you're getting off base again. This is only about the fee ordinance is what it is. It's only about the fees and they're just cleaning this up is what they're doing. That's what it's all about.
Okay, George, these are my 3 minutes. Are they not my 3 minutes?
But you can go
Is this my
back,
3 minutes?
but as long as you only talk about.
Are you telling me what to talk about in my 3 minutes?
You're only supposed to talk about the planning and building.
You're telling me what
ordinance.
I'm supposed to talk about in my 3 minutes, George. Is that what you're telling me?
Just finish up.
I'm done.
All right.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. So bring it back to the board. I'll close public comment.
I have one question regarding the SB 35. They pay that $1,000 deposit and the project is not deemed to fit within the parameters of SB 35. What happens to that deposit? They refund them or do we keep it or do we?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So it is a time and materials deposit. And so we would bill for as much time as we spent on the project regardless of outcome.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any more comments from the board at this time?
Make a motion.
So do I hear a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move approval of the first reading of ordinance 5224 and that we waive the reading of the full revised ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to February 25th, 2025 for final passage.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All
And-
those in favor? by
Does that
saying
also
aye?
include the continuance of action item 3 to
Yeah.
February 20?
Okay. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? None opposed.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So with that, I guess we are done, right? Approximately 2:23, yeah. And we're dark next week.